Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Florida versus Mario Fernandez Saldana. We are going to hear jury instructions and then we will be in verdict watch. I am saying hello real quick and then I'm going to head on out and hopefully catch a verdict for you guys. So let's get started. All right, you guys, just wanted to pop on here. Looks like they're coming in. Jury instructions will be starting at 9 o'clock. I am not going to make those, but I am going to head out in a few minutes and hopefully catch a verdict for you guys. So if you don't, you're not going to see me on camera. Aaron is going to be taking care of all the back end work. So definitely be kind to her, be kind to our mods. I will be checking in throughout the day, and I'll pop in once a verdict comes in. I'll pop in and we'll do a live. Hopefully, I can also get a press conference for you guys. So, Captain Steamboat, how are you? Welcome in. Justice for Tupac Denisha, how are you doing? Hey, Joe Bai, Barry, Kaylee, good morning to you. Camilla, great to see you. Downey Lynn, good morning. Sarcastic Popcorn, how are you doing? Hey, Pipeline, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us. Brett, good to see you. All right. So, K Brownie, great to see you. Hey, William, welcome in. Welcome in. Bama Green Eyes, good morning. All right. So, jury instructions are going to start in a few minutes. I am going to head out. I will be there as soon as I can get there. It is raining, so it may take me a little bit longer, but hoping to catch a verdict for you guys. And I'll be popping into chat. And then also we'll do a live. Hopefully we can get a press conference as well. So with that, I will leave you with Aaron and Super Ball. Let me put Super Ball up here. There's Super Ball. All right, you guys, have a good day, and I will see you later.
That's fine, sorry. Please make the telephone and like public devices turn off. We know very much what is said. Are you seated? Going on.
Thank you. Good morning.
If the attorneys will please place their appearances on the record.
Good morning, everyone. If the attorneys will please place their appearances on the record.
Christina Stifler, Alan Mizrahi, Stephen Siegel on behalf of the state.
James Hill, Jesse Dreiser, Jenny Nepstead, Shannon Day on behalf of Fernandez to my immediate left.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Just for the attorneys' benefit, I went over the instructions, and for some reason I compared the reasonable doubt instruction to the standard. It was like way off, and so I just went and recopied the whole standard. It had extra words in it, so I just copied the standard. So that was a major change from what we discussed before. I'm going to join Zoom. Everyone can be seated. I'm going to join Zoom, and then we'll get started. Connecting still. Oh. Mike, are we good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
When you're ready to share screen.
Can you maximize it, please? It's not going to shift, is it? Okay, good. Is everyone ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the jury. Thank you. All right, good morning. Welcome back. Everyone may be seated. All right, members of the jury, just to remind you where we are, all the evidence is closed. The attorneys yesterday gave all of their closing arguments, and this morning are the instructions on the law. So as I don't know if you recall, it's been a while ago that I explained during the preliminary instructions, I asked that you just listen to the instructions. And the final instructions that are more technical in nature, the law of this case, are going to be published to you, and you should see those on your screen. Does everyone see those? If you can answer out loud for me. All right. And so before we begin, I just want to confirm that everyone followed the communication rules over the night's recess. If you could answer out loud. Yes. Okay. Now, before I begin the reading of the final instructions, as you can see on this page that I'm showing you, there's a place for me to sign my name. So once I'm done reading, I'm going to file this copy. I'm going to print it out, obviously, and you'll have a copy of this while you deliberate. I'm going to file this copy at the end, and the reason why I'm pointing this out is because I'm going to also give you a working copy. Okay, the working copy is going to be double-sided to save a couple of trees, okay? But it will have all the same instructions, but it will be watermarked working copy. You all can do whatever you want with that working copy. You can choose not to use it. You can mark it all up. I do not want you all to mark the final copy that you see because it's going to have my signature on it, and there's no way for me to kind of replace that after I read it. So I don't want you all, and the reason why I'm pointing it out, your notes are all going to be destroyed at the end. So I don't want you all to inadvertently make this copy that I'm filing in this case a note document. Do y'all understand that? Okay. All right. So with that explanation, I'm going to begin the reading of the final instructions. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of first-degree murder and solicitation to commit a capital felony. As to count one, to prove the crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jared Bridegan is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Jared Bridegan. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. As to count one, if the evidence does not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be sufficient evidence that he committed a lesser included crime. In other words, if you decide the main accusation has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will need to decide if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of a lesser included crime. The lesser included crimes of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. As to count one, to prove the lesser included crime of murder in the second degree, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jared Bridegan is dead. 2, the death was caused by the act of Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Jared Bridegan by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and indicates an indifference to human life. To convict of murder in the second degree, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. As to count 1, to prove the lesser included crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jared Bridegan is dead. 2, Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana intentionally procured an act that caused the death of Jared Bridegan. To procure means to persuade, induce, prevail upon, or cause a person to do something. If you find that Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana is guilty of manslaughter, you must next decide unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt if Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana used a weapon as a principal during the course of the manslaughter. As to count 2, to prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana solicited Henry Tenen to commit first-degree murder. 2, during the solicitation, Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Henry Tenen to engage in specific conduct, which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder or an attempt to commit first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did. If the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. The following instructions apply to count 1 of the indictment. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Jared Bridegan occur. For the lesser included crimes of second-degree murder and manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Jared Bridegan. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a crime will be committed. As long as the principal intended the crime to occur and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the crime occur, to be found guilty of the lesser included crime of manslaughter with a weapon as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the manslaughter would be armed. As to count 1, the state must prove that the crime was committed on February 16th, 2022. As to count 2, the state must prove that the crime was committed on or between November 1st, 2021 and February 16th, 2022. The state must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the alleged crimes were committed in Duval County. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not proof beyond all doubt. A mere possible, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt is not a reasonable doubt. Such a doubt is not a guess or mere conjecture. Rather, it is a doubt based upon reasoning and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If, after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the accused, it is your duty to find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it is your duty to find the defendant guilty. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has a witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything. nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in the case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you've heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. During this trial, I've permitted you to take notes, and you will be allowed to take those notes into the jury room during deliberations. You are instructed that your notes are a tool to aid your individual memory. You should not compare your notes with those of other jurors in determining the content of any testimony or in evaluating the importance of any evidence. Notes are for the note taker's personal use in refreshing his or her recollection of the evidence. Notes are not evidence. Above all, your memory should be your greatest asset in your recollection of the evidence. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict forms have been prepared for you, and they are as follows. Members of the jury, I'm going to explain these verdict forms to you. There are two of them. Okay, so I'm going to read the information that is on the verdict form. If it is repeated, I'm not going to reread it to you because these are forms, okay? So starting in the upper right-hand corner, it reads, in the Circuit Court of the 4th Judicial Circuit in and for Duval County, Florida. It has a case number and then the division. Moving to the left-hand style, that's the style of this case, it reads, State of Florida versus Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, defendant. That is all the same, so I'm not going to read that on the second form. Moving to the title of this form, it reads, Verdict Count 1. Going to the next line, it reads, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. The next line reads, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. The next line reads, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. If you do check that line, you move to the following line, which reads, if you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must choose one of the following findings. The line under that reads, we find the defendant as a principal did use a weapon during the commission of the offense. If that is your factual finding, you would check that line. The next line reads, we find the defendant as a principal did not use a weapon during the commission of the offense. If that is your factual finding, you would check that line. Moving to the next line, it reads, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. The signature line on this verdict form is on the second page. So starting with the first line, it reads, so say we all, which indicates a unanimous verdict done at Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida. Again, the jurisdiction of this court, and it has a place for the foreperson to sign and date. That is the same on the second form, so I'm only going to read that once. Moving to the second form, title reads, verdict, count 2. The line under that reads, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of solicitation to commit a capital felony as charged in the indictment. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. The next line reads, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately, and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict forms when all of you have agreed on a verdict and bring the verdict forms back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror leaves the room, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you've reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I've given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have had cell phones or other electronic devices during recesses. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. The devices will be guarded by the bailiffs while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson. If you voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have questions, I will talk to the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may consider your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing, but generally speaking, I will do it orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits, and you may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules that we all share. Members of the jury, that concludes the reading of the jury instructions. I saw about 2 typos that I'm going to fix before I print them for you, okay? Let me see the clerks at sidebar. All right, sorry about that. So a lot of coordination, a lot of moving parts. Okay, so now that the final instructions have been read, in a case like this, there are 12 deliberating jurors, and so that you know that there are 16 of you. And so 4 of you have been serving as alternates in the case. Before I tell those jurors who they are, let me explain why we do it. So just as serious as if you all had failed to follow the communication rules, this court must have 12. I can't have 11, I can't have 10, I can't have 7, I can't have 6. There must be 12. And so I try a lot of cases, and this is not a hypothetical situation that I'm telling you about. Sometimes there are unforeseen circumstances where jurors have experienced emergencies, and if we fall below the required number, I'd have to declare mistrial. This entire trial process would have to start all over. And so I'm explaining that to you because, number one, you all know how hard that you all have worked. Number two, you know what great lengths that we went to have you all and get finality in this case, getting it to the jury. So in my mind, the alternate jurors serve in such a great capacity to get us finality in the case. And while they do not deliberate, okay, they serve as important members of the jury panel. And so I was written one time by an alternate. He's like, why was I the alternate? So I was like, okay, I got to explain why. So the way that we go in the process, the lawyers select in order. And so the jurors that are selected with the higher numbers, because you know you were seated, are jurors numbers 77, 82, 83, and 85. You all have been serving as alternate jurors, okay? And before I give you a huge thank you and excuse you from your service, let me ask, do you have any personal items in the jury room? Yes? Okay. If you would go with Mr. Holman momentarily and collect those items and rejoin me, I have some parting instructions for you, okay? So if you could do that now, please. Thank you. Please let the record reflect that the alternate jurors have gone to retrieve their personal items. Members of the jury that will be actually deliberating in the case, let me remind you, consistent with the final instructions, okay, first order of business is to select a foreperson. We're going to be waiting. We're going to be gathering things. I'm going to have the attorneys check and make sure that all the exhibits that have been admitted will go back to the jury room. So it's going to take us some time, but during that time, we need you to buzz that buzzer, okay, and let us know that you have selected a foreperson. You cannot begin your deliberations until you've gotten the instructions on the law that I've just read and also the exhibits and evidence. Does everyone understand that? If you can answer out loud. All right, so first order of business is going to be to choose a foreperson. You're going to buzz, and then we'll be right with you. You can refresh yourselves or do whatever you need. And then when you get those items, that is the law and the evidence, Mr. Hathaway will come out, and he'll call the deliberation time. Does everyone understand? Okay, so it looks like, where did Mr. Holman go?
It's always in the hole.
All right, did they get there?
Yeah, they get.
Okay, so they can come back. All right, thank you. Members of the deliberating jury, if you all would please retire to the jury room to select a foreperson. Bring your notes. Okay. Thank you. May the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Remember, alternate jurors. Okay, so let me explain. That's the worst part of my job, okay, which are telling like fabulous, awesome jurors that they're the alternates. I probably make this up in my mind that you're like, I don't know what scale you fall on, if you're like super bummed that you don't get to deliberate, or you're relieved and you're like, good, thank goodness I can go about my life again. But you don't have to tell me where you fall. But this is what I do want to tell you, which is first and foremost in my mind is on behalf of both sides, thank you, okay? I don't think that we can say it enough or express it enough. You all have sacrificed a tremendous amount of your time. You've served your community in such a great capacity, even though you're not deliberating. And I sincerely mean what I'm saying to you, okay, which is to get this case to this point, to get finality in this case, you all have performed such an incredible service. And so a couple of things. The communication rules that I put into place, they're not now lifted. You can look up, you can research, you can choose to go on about your life and not do any of that. Okay, so all those prohibitions that I put into place, those are all now lifted, okay? Additionally, as serving jurors, I put in an order protecting your identity. They will, at some point in time, I believe, tell them we'll be right with them. At some point in time, the order does release information that is pursuant to statute 60 days after this verdict. So you need to know, and I'm going to tell them that people may reach out to you at some point. They may not. I don't know. But you need to know that I did put an order to protect your identity. you are only known by juror number. Number two is that if you choose to talk about this case or not, that's going to be left up to you individually. You can preserve your privacy as a juror. There is no requirement by law that you communicate or talk about your service. You can remain completely private, or you can waive it and you can talk about it. Okay? Do you all understand me? All right, so I'm going to go print these instructions really quick. If you are curious about what happens with this case, I'll give you my office contact, my judicial assistant, Miss Wilk. You can call her, let her know that you were the alternates on the case, and you can ask her what occurred. If you choose to, she's not going to ask you any questions. You just tell her we were alternates, and she'll just tell you what happened. If not, I want to, again, thank you all for your time and your service, and with our sincere thanks, you're excused from your service. Okay, thank you. All right, court's in recess.
what happened. I just want to get to what this video is about.
Give you the comfy couch.
Oh, thanks.
How's your day going?
Pretty good.
So I'm sure you know this is about Jared and what happened to him.
Yeah.
Someone had said that you knew Jared even before Shanna. Is that correct or no?
Oh, I've known Jared and his family since he was like 12 or 13 years old.
Okay.
Whenever they moved to Jacksonville from wherever they moved. We were never close, but
Yeah.
I've known him since he was a kid. I knew the girls that he dated when he was a teenager. I knew, you know what I mean? Like, I've known that family for probably 20 years.
Okay. Do you go to the same church as them? You're
Yeah.
in the same ward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about Jared and his family from what you can remember. Anything stand out?
We were never friends. I knew his mother. I was friendly. I'm one of those people that I'm just, what you see is what you get.
Uh-huh.
I'm real. If I don't like you, I won't be friends with you,
Yeah.
but I will be kind. You know what I mean? Like, I'll say good morning and keep on walking down the hall of the church, whatever.
Of course.
So I knew his family from a distance. I did attend a baby shower or two that maybe his mom hosted at their home, but we were never close by any means. Jared was he was kind of quiet as a kid. He never had a lot of friends. The girls he dated in the church, two things that I remember always: never dated a girl that wasn't loaded with money, and never didn't end the relationship that everyone talked about what a jerk he was. He was the guy that broke the girls' hearts. He was, you know, he puts on, you know what I mean? He would be nice at first, and then the real Jared would come out.
Okay.
When then I met Shanna, I knew about Shanna when he married her, because his mom was so excited because she was, you know, from this rich family, and you know, their life was going to be so great and blah blah blah. And then she had twins and ended up having pulmonary hypertension, and they had to move to Florida. So I met Shanna about maybe 8.5 years ago.
Okay.
And I have twins, so, and she actually was one of my teenage daughter's teachers in the youth program.
Okay.
And so she and I got to be friends while she was still married to Jared, because number one, I knew his family. Number two, I felt sorry for her that she married him. Number three, she taught my kid, and we kind of had that common bond with the twin thing.
Gotcha.
So that's how she and I became friends.
Okay.
And then as time went on, probably within a year of them moving here, like, she and I became better and better friends. And now, you know, I probably talk to Shanna 5-6 times a week, maybe every day.
Okay, so you say you guys are really good friends.
We're really good friends.
Yeah.
We're really good friends. I was one of the few people who stood beside her when they got divorced. When the divorce happened, like, I knew that she was going to tell him, kind of a thing. I knew he was going to flip out, just because of the personality that I had always remembered or whatever. He went around and he accused her of having an affair to everyone. And the way it worked was, at the very beginning, the kids would be with her from, for 2 days, and then they kept them at the home, and then for 3 days she'd have them, and then it kind of went back and forth on a 2-3 kind of thing. And the days that she did not have the children, she oftentimes spent the night at my house, and he was running telling her, oh, she's off, she didn't come home last night, she's sleeping with it, and she was on my couch. She didn't sleep with anybody. So it was not hard for me to stand by her, because I knew where she was, because she was with me most of the time. We kind of like adopted her and the kids, and so that's how she and I became better friends than we were, and why we are good friends today.
Gotcha.
So.
Gotcha. You made a comment that you were kind of sorry she married Jared. What do you mean by that?
Only because anyone that I had known that he'd ever dated would always end up where the girl was hurt.
Gotcha. Okay, so just kind of a track record of...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
His track record was hurting girls and never dating anyone that had money. In fact, it was always interesting because, to me, just because I always thought he had an algorithm or something for it. You know what I mean? Like, how does a dude go for 3 girls in a row that have a freaking trust fund? Like, how does any guy get that lucky? How does anyone get that? You know what I mean? Like, it almost makes you think he's got a system, or, you know what I mean? I just don't think anyone is that good of luck.
Okay. What were your perception of his other brothers?
I only vaguely knew Justin, and only because Justin was older, and I mean, Jared was the youngest. I never knew the sister Ashley. I don't even ever remember her. She may have been like gone before they moved. Like, I have zero memory of her.
Gotcha.
Other than throughout the years, like, she would come visit, and this is our daughter Ashley, and it's like, she looks just like her mom. So you know what I mean. It was easy to see that, but I never knew her. Justin married Gwen and had the little boy, and I think they were living in North Carolina, and then they moved back, and so they were in the ward at church for a brief period of time. She was a teacher in the little kids program, and I was over that program, so I got to know her, but I only knew who he was. I know he would give a talk, and he was a good speaker. Do you know what I mean? But I never knew Justin.
Yeah.
Adam was married to Carly, who they were in the ward for some time. She worked in the youth program with my oldest daughter, and they were very good friends. I always thought Adam was gay. His job, he was a manny. He babysat, and even married, you're babysitting. You know what I mean? Like, that was just weird to me. Like, I would never leave my children with a guy. Even if, you know what I mean? Even if I knew you at church, that's just weird to me.
Yeah.
And so I always thought he was weird. Like, he's very nice, but that always struck me as weird. Any guy that has babysitter as your job is weird to me. But I might be a little judgy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest.
No, I totally understand.
So
you're friends with Shanna. You kind of see what's going on with Jared and her. You know, what, in your opinion, what was kind of the cause of their divorce?
So he was I used to go over to the house, and he was very antisocial. Like, he didn't, if I went over, so I could walk. We both lived in Ponte Vedra. It was a long walk, but I could walk from my house to hers in about half an hour. So sometimes, I'm going to go for a walk in the evening. I'd go over there, hang out, maybe I'd walk back, maybe she'd drive me home, whatever. I'd walk in, and he would instantly go to his bedroom.
Okay.
Anytime I was there during the day, he had zero engagement or involvement. He pretty much stayed in his bedroom unless it was time to eat or he had to come out for some reason. He pretty much stayed in his bedroom. He was on his laptop. He never worked the entire time they were married. That to me is a red flag. You got a husband that doesn't work. You know what I mean? You married the rich girl, and now you don't work. Right. And the family did give stipends for education. Education is very important to Shanna's family, and so if either of you were in school, you got a monthly stipend that would cover your expenses. So nobody had to work, but he kept himself in school. You know what I mean? It was the bachelor's, then it was the master's. You know what I mean? He kept himself in school to not work.
Gotcha.
I always thought he was lazy. He's very much like his father. I know that when they were going through the divorce, his mother tried to be my friend, which I found funny because you're just fishing. You just want me to give you something that will help him, kind of a thing. Right. You know what I mean? It was so obvious. We've never been friends in, 16 years, and now all of a sudden you want to be my friend. That's just kind of weird. Gotcha. It was like, oh, how's Shanna? You know what I mean? You don't care. Do you know what I mean? So I was very surface stuff. Oh, she's fine. She's doing fine. And so I don't know if so he would, so things, just little things, she would cook meals, you know what I mean? Like she was the typical mom, you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
She took care of everybody, she took care of everything, she did all the things, and you know, he came out for food, but zero, like I said, just the interaction with the kids just wasn't there. I don't know why. Clearly from the videos that are being shown on the news and articles or whatever, he has evolved a little bit as and become a better parent than he started out.
Right.
You know, I mean, and I believe people can change. I don't know how much I believe he changed. I believe he changed his public persona.
Gotcha.
If I'm, you know what I mean? Like, but like I said, this is all conjecture too. You know what I mean? Like I didn't live with him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he would do things like we came in one time and there was a box of like hair dye on the counter, and I was like, that's weird for a place for it. And she texted me later and said, he told me he thought I would look better if my hair was this color. Like, just that was Jared.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to give you a hint. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Jared was just an ass. He was always an ass. You know what I mean? Like, even if he didn't yell, like, there was always I'm an ass undertone with Jared.
Gotcha.
He was like that with church. Like I said, even people at church where, you know, that's supposed to be your place where, you know, friends and family come and, you know what I mean? You worship, you do whatever. Like he was always on his phone. He didn't engage in conversation. Like there might be one or two people who actually were his friend.
Gotcha.
And it's just so funny to me because even people that I know who completely despised him, now they're all talking about him like he was this saint, and I'm just like, y'all don't remember what you actually know? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if people are just fake or, you know what I mean? It's a sad story, so you're sharing it everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what people's motives are, or if you think that's your duty because you knew him. You know what I mean? But it's just kind of comical to me watching some of the people who are so over the top on things, and I'm thinking, he hurt your daughter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's things in my head that go through, like, you know what I mean? If someone hurt my kid the way he hurt some of these people's kids, I just can't imagine having the position. You know what I mean? It's sad we want it solved, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to be your biggest cheerleader here.
Right.
Because I really don't have any skin in the game.
I understand. So what would you say what would you see that kind of happen since you were so close to it after their divorce? How was Shanna? What was her demeanor? And
So Shanna, after the divorce, Shanna struggled hard emotionally. She struggled hard emotionally. She had 3 jobs. He continued to not work. I think their divorce was final like in July, maybe. It was 7 years ago, but I think it was July was the month that it was final. And she had 3 jobs. He had a job. Actually, I take that back. He got a job once she filed for divorce.
Gotcha.
And then as soon as the divorce proceedings were going and child support came up, he emailed his boss, because the lawyer was able to get HR records, emailed his boss and said he was no longer able to work because of his personal situation. However, he did continue to work and they paid him under the table. He just didn't want it to look like he worked on paper, so he wouldn't be charged with child support because he was bitter that her family had money and he didn't think he should have to pay child support when her family was rich.
Gotcha.
But they were his kids, not her family's kids. So, you know what I mean? Like that, that whole, you know what I mean? You're a dad. That's your job. You know what I mean? You pay for the kids. She worked 3 jobs. She was exhausted. She put the kids in like a daycare. They used to go to, it was right over in Ponte Vedra by Publix. It was like I don't think it was like in Sawgrass. In November, She was so grateful because he emailed or texted her. He refused to speak to her ever. There was zero verbal communication between the two of them, probably in the whole time that they were divorced.
Yeah.
He left. He was leaving the state. He was going to Utah. Said he'd taken a job or something, but really he was on the prowl for another girl. And so he was gonna, the deal was if she would sign a change in parenting agreement and she would agree to let him see the kids every other weekend, he was gonna fly back and see them. He would, we would be good. We just agree to this. We don't have to do lawyers. We'll just agree to this, get it notarized, file it with the court. We're done. Yeah. So she did it. She was so grateful. But then it was, he's going to FaceTime the kids every single day. And, he would tell them, Dad's coming into town. I'm going to bring you so many presents. And then, he didn't come. Right. He would, I'm busy at work. You know what I mean? So it was like he would build the kids up and try to get them so excited to see him. And then I think he ended up coming maybe like 5 or 6 times. Okay. So during that time when he was gone, life was much better other than the FaceTimes were just disruptive to they were 3. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
it's kind of young to be FaceTiming. Yeah.
Every day was just, FaceTime's great. I think you need to see your kids, but every day was just much, and so anyway, so her attorney filed something. We found out where he was working, and I think his mom blurted it out in church one day, and I was like, I found out where he works. And so her attorney emailed and found out that he was out there and he was working, and he was making like $90,000 a year. And here she is working 3 jobs. He's paying for nothing. She told him the kids were in preschool, and he was like, I'm barely making anything. I just, if I'm going to be able to afford to fly there, I'm not going to be able to afford to pay whatever. You know what I mean? Gotcha. So he sent $0 and he's out there living large, and come to find out, so she starts prying around, her attorney starts prying around, they're going to file something for child support and quit. Like that. Quit his job. Quit his job and was going to move back to Florida, and came back with a new girl in tow. And then life became hell again. But because they had filed this thing with the court that only gave him the right to see the kids every other weekend, he thought he was going to come back and instantly it would go back to mine for 2 days, yours for 3, you know what I mean? And then you got that kind of thing. And so it turned into this big kerfuffle of she was withholding the children, he was going to have her arrested for kidnapping, he wanted to see them when he wanted to see them, and she was like, sorry. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. She was following what was currently filed with the court, and I realize that has gotten spun in a different way all through the news, but that's what happened. That's the truth.
No, I understand. He thought he was going to come back and it was just going to go back to
yeah. I'm back in town, you know what I mean, and I'm still not paying for anything, and you know what I mean, and I'm going to, not that paying for anything had anything to do with seeing your kids, but the current thing filed with the court said you get them every other weekend. Yes. You get them from like Saturday morning to Sunday night. That's what the thing said, or maybe it was Friday. I think it was Saturday morning because he would get in late on Friday when he did come. So, but there was never a custody battle. That was determined at the divorce. It was 50-50. The only thing that ever changed with custody was they realized that as the kids got older, I think by the time they were 4, the 2-day, 3-day, the kids never knew, even at school, am I going home with mom? Am I going home with dad? It got too hard on them doing too many switches too soon. And so they themselves decided to try week on, week off. Right. With a date night on Wednesday in the middle. Mm-hmm. And they put that in practice for a few months to just try it out. And the kids were happier, they were happier. That midweek breakup gave the other parent to see them, you know what I mean? Yeah. And then but that was just between them. And so he would try to hold her hostage over that. It was like, okay, well, I have something coming up, and if you don't agree to make this timeshare switch or this week switch, the kids won't be available on date night. And so he always tried to use the kids to get what he wanted from her.
Like a leveraging tool, kind of.
Yeah, like he used them like pawns.
Yeah.
And so I said, take him back to court and make it permanent. It's working. We got work. If the judge signs it, then he can't hold date night hostage.
Yeah.
It just is what it is, and he'll have to abide by it. He always tried to take that off the table, always, through all, as the kids get older, they're going to have extracurriculars, it's not going to be feasible. And her thing, everything he ever threw at her was, she would go to the kids and she would say, do you guys like date night? Do you want to do date night? Yes, Mom. She's like, okay. And so she would fight. Mm-hmm. If they wanted it, she fought for it. Yeah. To me, like, Shanna was always like the best example of a mom because she always put her kids first. Mm-hmm. If it was important to them, she fought for it. If it was something they didn't care about, it's not worth fighting for it because they don't care. You know what I mean?
Right.
Her kids' mental and emotional and physical well-being was always her number one priority. Always.
Just to kind of back you up a little bit here. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of questions and I want to ask them. I don't want to forget. What was your thought about when Shanna decided that she kind of wanted to leave the church?
Like I said, you probably interviewed a lot of church people.
Actually, no, really.
No, you haven't. Okay. For me, I think there are good people and bad people in every church, every industry, every business, everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not one of those people that I'm only going to be your friend if you go to church with me.
Gotcha.
I'm one of those people that if you don't go to church with me, I'm not going to not be your friend.
Yeah.
If I'm your friend, it's because I genuinely like you and I'm your friend. Mm-hmm. I stuck with Shanna regardless of that. I was a little bit sad because I felt like she left the church because she was trying to disassociate herself with anything that reminded her of him.
Gotcha. He
always acted like church was the most important thing to him, but when he had the kids, they would come back and they would say, she would say, oh, what'd you guys do with Dad this weekend? Did you go to church? No, Dad said it was closed. And she would text me and she'd be like, what? And I'm like, well, it was open. I was there. You know what I mean? So like, they were 3. He could get away with saying whatever he wanted to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I didn't really, think anything. I knew her parents would be sad. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I mean, when you're raised in any religion or any culture and that's been all you've known your whole life, I'm sure there's a heaviness or a sadness in your parents when you stray away from that.
Of course, absolutely.
But it didn't really affect me because I genuinely loved Shanna.
Yeah. And you said Shanna was working 3 jobs. Were her parents like kind of helping her out, or? No,
her parents had stopped helping her out. They kind of cut her off because he wasn't in school, so the stipend was off. Mm-hmm. She considered going to school to get the stipend. Yeah. However, she had twin toddlers. You know what I mean? It was hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so she was kind of one of those things where it was like, I don't need anybody else. I'm strong. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So she worked at Publix. She worked at the YMCA. She worked at. She would meal prep for people, and she'd come into your house and she'd meal prep you for a week. You know what I mean? She put some in the freezer, some in the fridge, and then you'd just pop it out and you'd cook it. Gotcha. And so she was constantly, if she wasn't at one, she was at the other. If she wasn't at that one, she was asleep on the couch. You know what I mean? It was it was one of those things where she ran herself ragged trying to make ends meet for the kids so that she could give them what they needed and what they wanted. Gotcha. Because she was kind of running solo at that point.
Gotcha.
I think her parents cut her off because they weren't in favor of divorce, and I don't think they wanted to believe that he was as horrible as she said, that he was as manipulative and narcissistic as she said.
Right.
But then as they saw the emails and the texts and the nastiness that came out, he even tried to sue them when they got divorced. He tried to sue them. He wanted them to continue paying to finish his master's degree. And he also pulled a stunt where he tried to sue them because he had been married to her when, I think it was over their life insurance policy. He wanted to still be entitled to that when they died because he had been married to Shanna. And, you know, their attorney was like, "You're an idiot." You know what I mean? Like, if you're not the spouse, you know what I mean? Like, you have no claim on, you know, the parents. But I mean, it was always about money with him. Gotcha. That's what drove him. He tried to create an app. I think it was called Mezzy. My kid had a shirt from it. He gave it all the girls. They would come over to Shanna's and sleep over, and, you know, he was the husband, and they all had these Mezzy shirts. And I know that, you know, they had taken, I think, $100,000 or $150,000 of her trust or savings or something, and the parents had given him another $150,000. I don't know how much it costs to start an app, right? But it never launched, and $300,000 was tanked into it doing something. Gotcha. I don't know.
Did you know, through all the issues with visitations and going back and forth and date night and all that stuff, did you ever see where, like, was either one that come maybe trying to, like, gain more custody over the kids? Or
I think both would have been happier if they could have, but I mean, it's Florida. I mean, you pretty much have to have a parent in jail or have a mom for a crack whore. I mean, it's 50-50. It is what it is. You know what I mean? And, like, her lawyer told her, this parenting plan, this consent final, the CFJ, this is your Bible till they're 18. You know? So, I mean, what you wanted and what was possible, you know what I mean? It wasn't the same. You know, I mean, he always tried to. He was very accusatory. You know what I mean? Oh, if you're dating someone, they're not good. You know what I mean? They're not allowed to FaceTime if you're with anyone but yourself. You know what I mean? Like, he tried to control the situation and her life even outside of marriage. You know, he has this need for control.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think he was trying to control her and, like, had all these rules about the FaceTime and all that?
Because he's a narcissist. His mother, she'll tell you, he's just like his father. He's very controlling. He's a narcissist. They went to therapy. They went to a church therapist, which always makes me laugh because you go to a church therapist, you can give a Sunday school answer, and they'll say, check, you pass. You know what I mean? Like, go to a real therapist. It's going to make you do the work. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never a fan of church therapists, whatever that actually means. But they went to one, and she saw it straight away. You know, he's definitely a narcissist. He always had to be in control. He had to be in control of the story. I'm the victim. She cheated on me. No one else would leave me for any other reason because I'm so, you know what I mean? You know, and I mean, I get it. As his family, they ran with that. It's easier to say, oh, you know, my son's wife cheated on him. You know what I mean? Than, you know, my son's an ass and his wife left. You know what I mean? Like, what sounds better? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I get it. But, you know.
So then, kind of knowing Mario, or knowing Shanna, knowing Jared, what were your thoughts when you were like, she's like, oh, hey, I'm with this new guy named Mario. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I think she met him at the gym. I think it was CrossFit, maybe. She met him there. And my thought was, you don't need to be with anybody. You need to go fix what he broke. You don't need to date anybody. Let's figure out you. Let's learn how to just be happy with you and not be dependent on anyone else. Just, you know what I mean? That was always my advice. I didn't want her dating anyone. I certainly didn't want her marrying anyone. I said, you know, I mean, I didn't know him per se. I mean, I met him. You know what I mean? He certainly is. He doesn't. Jared might be an ass, but if you just saw him, you might even think he was a nice guy.
Gotcha.
You see Mario and he doesn't, it's not same. You know what I mean? But then, you know, don't judge a book by its cover. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen how much Mario has, like, he adored those kids. He filled voids that Jared was creating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, those kids wanted you to sit on the floor and build Legos, and you know what I mean? They wanted that kind of dad. And Jared wasn't that guy. They wanted cuddles. Jared was always, I'm so hot. He was so hot. He always had to sleep with a box fan. It was the weirdest thing. You know what I mean? And like, Mario, you know, he's small. Like, that was my biggest thing with Shanna. I was like, you never marry a dude that's shorter than you. That's just, you don't do that. You know? She's like, my sister said the same thing. You know what I mean? It was like, you know what I mean? So I mean, my you know, should you not was not because I thought he was bad. It was, it's just not, it broke all my rules. But I wouldn't marry him, so it didn't really matter what I thought. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, if you were looking for someone who was the polar opposite of Jared, even in appearance, you found him. You know what I mean? But like, I really didn't have any baseline of, is he good? Is he bad? Is he just fine? Yeah. I saw how well and how great he did with the kids, and the kids just loved him. They talked about him all the time, which kind of resonated with me, and I really think that resonated with her. You know what I mean? I mean, what's the way to a single mom's heart? Love her kids. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like, you know, like a playbook. So, but he, unlike Jared, like, he didn't seem to have any motive that way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he ever thought he'd even get married.
Gotcha.
You know, I think they got married hoping it would be a good marriage, and that it would be good for the kids, and it would, because he was so good with the kids, it would help them, you know what I mean, in this transition.
Gotcha. Did you find it odd that they got married so quick?
I did, but I understood why they got married so quick, because even though I tried so hard to talk to her and give her strength about how he can't control you unless you let him, she always was in fear that, you know, if I live with him, then, you know, he'll try to take me to court, and, you know what I mean, and say, you know, she's being a bad example for the kids, and, you know what I mean, like, she never wanted to give up more custody than she had and that she was entitled to.
Gotcha.
And there was always that fear. I mean, he was a narcissist that chipped away at her. I mean, she was in therapy long before I knew her. Even when they lived in Connecticut, she was in therapy because it was hard for her to handle him and all he threw at her. And he really did chip away at her a little at a time. He did. So I was cautiously optimistic. I understood what her thought processes were, but I would have not been happy if she would have been my daughter. I'd have tried to stop it. Good. You need more time under your belt. Make sure you know him, and you know what I mean, like all just the normal mom things that go through your head. So I did, but I knew they were trying to do right by the kids. You know what I mean? So I always kind of hoped that everything would just be fine.
And then throughout the relationship, did you get to know him any better, or?
I did. You know, he always used to talk to me. He always wanted to talk to me about church. You know, why do you believe in God? And, you know, why don't you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And, like, we would kind of go back and forth like that. And, you know, one time I was like, I mean, do you not at all? Well, I believe in something. What is that? Oh, I believe in something. You know, there's got to be a higher power. I mean, obviously there has to be. You know what I mean? Like, something like that, you know. And, you know, we mostly talked about things like that. He talked about, you know, I think, you know, if there's something going on with the kids, it would be, you know, he would give his 2 cents, you know, and sometimes they were good cents and sometimes they weren't. You know what I mean? You know, but, like, I mean, I was never close to Mario, but definitely friendly with him. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I go to Shanna's all the time. You know what I mean? Like, we're always on the phone. You know what I mean? A lot of times I'll be on speakerphone while they're in the car or whatever. You know what I mean? So, I mean, he was always around. Yeah. But we weren't. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, he was just, that's who Shanna was married to, but Shanna's my friend. You know what I mean? Like,
I get it. Yeah,
I wasn't trying to find like a couple's dating pool or something. You know what I mean? Like, my relationship was mostly just Shanna, but, you know, I know Mario. I would say he's my friend.
Gotcha. Would you say that as of late their relationship has changed a little bit?
I don't know that their relationship has changed per se. Like, I mean, I know all the dynamics of what's happening. Mm-hmm. You know, his intentions are good. His execution is poor.
Gotcha.
Because he was raised in a third world country where they do things very differently. And I think when kids are divorced kids, they create a set of survival skills on how I survive in this house and how I survive in that house. Mm-hmm. And maybe how I act in this house is not the same as how I act in this house.
Of course.
Because I have to do whatever it is to keep this parent happy that I'm with. Mm-hmm. And I think he was much better at it. Didn't like the game. You know what I mean? Spent a lot of time in trouble over there at Jared and Kirsten's house. You know, that's all he talked about. Yeah. He would say something wrong on date night and be told then you're going to be punished just when you get back on Monday. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was one of those things where, and part of it was Jared wanted them to hate Shanna as much as he did. To me, I don't care who you are, and I've got siblings who are divorced and have kids and whatever. My number one rule is I'm going to love you the best I can at my house, and Dad's going to love you the best way he can at his house. And how I feel about your dad should never be relayed to you if you're the kid.
100%, I agree.
That's my job, is to protect you.
Yeah.
I'm just supposed to love you. And Shanna always did that. It could have been the day from hell with emails back and forth and this, that, and the other, and they would say something about him, and her response was always very simple. It was, I'm sorry that you feel that way. Or, you know, I'm sorry that Dad made you sad. Or she never said, you know, it was never, I understand. You know what I mean? Like, she never engaged in that, ever. Gotcha. Whereas the kids themselves, because I spent a lot of time with the kids, I love the kids, and they would, you know, would say, I get in trouble if I say anything about my mom at my dad's house. My dad hates my mom. That makes me very sad. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, they would tell you, you know. In fact, one time they told Shanna, and did not want me to find out because she was so embarrassed. He told them that they shouldn't do anything with me because I was bad. So anyone who was friends with Shanna, you're automatically bad.
Oh, I gotcha.
So I'm a bad person. So, you know what I mean? It was just that. I just feel like when it came to Shanna, it was toxic, you know. But I never witnessed anything other than, you know what I mean? Sometimes she'd put them in bed and she'd call me and she's sobbing because I had to tell, you know what I mean? I had to just sit there and let them tell me whatever, you know what I mean? And, you know, I always admired that part of her motherhood, is that she always put them first and always felt that it would be detrimental if she ever said anything bad about him. So, you know, and as far as Mario, he just wanted to, he wanted them to stand up for themselves. You know what I mean? Like, ask him why you're getting punished. You know what I mean? Like, he wanted them to, like, be independent and strong, and you know, like at Shanna's house, like, if they would cry and whine for something, that wasn't going to get them anything. It would get them anything they wanted over there, just don't cry. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And he was like, why would you act two different ways? You know what I mean? Like, he couldn't understand the concept of kids have to come up with those survival skills. Yes, right. So, you know, Mario's just not the marrying kind, quite honestly. You know what I mean? Like, he's very just, I don't know. I don't think any of that was ever important to him. I don't even think he ever saw himself getting married. But I do think that he loved Shanna and the kids. And, I mean, they're super great friends. You know what I mean? Of course. It's almost like
You could be a decent person and love somebody, but not necessarily be
in love or be in love with them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think he loves her. I don't know that he's in love with her.
Yeah.
I don't know that he ever was. But he definitely loves those kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
and that brings up a good point. You know, you said you don't know that he was ever in love with her. You think he married her just for the kids, basically, or you think there was more to it, or?
I don't know. I mean, Mario's very. He talks a lot. Like sometimes, you know what I mean? Like he talks a lot, but he's never. And he's very black and white. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's not.
He doesn't sugarcoat things. I've noticed that.
Do what?
I've talked to him a couple times. He doesn't seem to sugarcoat things.
He's very unfiltered, raw. He'll just spit it out.
Yeah.
And Shanna is more like, and you have to take her whole, you know, Shanna's been emotionally battered.
Mm-hmm.
So she needs that feel good. She needs that. And he's not the warm and fuzzy.
Yeah.
He's just, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And like with his words I'm talking about, he's just very matter of fact and, oh, that hurt your feelings? Well, sorry. You know what I mean? Get over, you know what I mean? Like he's not, I don't know. I don't know how you can be such good friends, but maybe not meant for each other. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? On a intimate level, I don't really know. I mean, I don't know. I do know that he always loved those kids. I do know that he always wanted to, like, I don't know. And again, I told you from the beginning I might be a little judgy, and I'm able to admit that. But I always thought that
I'm okay with that.
I always thought that, you know what I mean? Like he just was like Napoleon syndrome. Mm-hmm. Like they thought he was so big. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because he would do all the things that Jared wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know, but that you know, that was only in the beginning. Like Jared, like I said, he has somewhat evolved. Mm-hmm. I mean, in that he did do things with them sometimes. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Clearly. Yeah. I don't know if it was genuine. It's just so weird to me because, like, I see the videos of him with the baby and the little girl. Shanna doesn't own any of those, and she's got a buttload of pictures, but he didn't have any hands-on involvement. You know what I mean? Like, I can remember when they first were separating, even though he wouldn't leave until he got his money, because that was his deal. He wouldn't leave the house until he got half the house. Mm-hmm. Well, that wasn't going to happen until the divorce was final. You know what I mean? It was that kind of a thing, but he lived there for months in this toxic environment because he refused to leave until he got paid. And the kids would be so confused. It was, why do we have to stay with Dad? Like, he didn't even know what to feed them, or, you know, like he didn't know anything, and they were very confused of why he would be watching them. You know what I mean? As little as they were, they understood this is what Mom does. You know what I mean? Like, what is happening? Because he was always in the bedroom. Yeah. And they always had to be quiet. That's on the computer. You know what I mean? Like, it was a very confusing, and it's like those videos that are out, it's like, wow, I mean, I'm glad that you've come around. It's, you know what I mean? But I feel sad for Abby and Liam. Like, those don't even exist. It's not that we haven't seen them. It's that they don't exist. They weren't there. Yeah. So, I don't know.
Maybe you grew up as a parent, you know?
Maybe. I mean, Shanna's grown a ton. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, when you would hope that no matter when you have a relationship, whether it's successful or failed, that you're going to take things and become a better person as a result of the experiences that you've had. So, you know, if he grew up some, then, you know, kudos to him. You know, I mean, 7 years. So we figure when she married him, and that was 12 years ago. Yeah. That's a long time. You know what I mean? He's 21 years old. I mean, you know what I mean? How were you at 21 versus 33?
A lot different.
You know what I mean? I mean, I've got 21-year-old sons, and I'm hoping at 33 that there's going to be some evolution.
My parents were concerned for a little while, but we're good now. So. Yeah. But trying to think how to word this. Did Mario's fondness for women bother Shanna at all, you think, or? Oh yeah. I mean, and he had some people living there and some other things, and
Yeah, but it wasn't like they were women that he was with. He like just has friends. Like he has all these friends.
All right, let's go back on the record.
From like his army days, or you know what I mean? Like I don't know. And she was just like, oh, you know, this one's, you know, this one is a hairdresser, and you know, and I told her she could stay here, and Shanna was like, okay, and.
I'll read it for the record. The jury question is there an itemized list of the evidence, an easier way to locate certain information signed by the foreperson? So I'm going to file that, and I'm going to hand it over. I'm not going to bring the jury out. That would be my proposal, which is I'm going to hand this over, which is the clerk's exhibit memorandum, and you all look at it. And you tell me if there's any objection to me sending that back to the jury. It's not a colored, it's just what's going to be filed in the case. All right, so I'm not going to bring the jury out. I'm just going to send that back by the agreement of parties. Court's in recess.
then it was, well, you know, she's going to pay part of the rent or part of the mortgage or whatever, you know what I mean? And then you know, 2 weeks later, her boyfriend is living there too. And then, and I told Shannon, I'm like, this is your house. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know, and so that didn't last very long at all. It was just more annoying. He's married, but he still kind of lives like a single guy. You know what I mean? Like, he never understood what marriage meant. Like, to me, you know, if I'm going to move someone in the house and I do that without my husband, we're going to have an issue. You know what I mean? Like, I know there's going to be an issue. Yeah. You know? So, you know, I mean, the friend thing, that didn't bother her. That didn't bother her as much as just, he just doesn't always considerate of her feelings. How about that? Yeah. He doesn't always, like, for me, like, my first thought is, you know, is my husband going to be okay with this? You know what I mean? He doesn't have that. Gotcha. That doesn't go through here. It doesn't. It's, it just makes good sense. I'm going to charge her $600 to stay in this spare room. You know what I mean? And he looks at it, and that's how he looks at it. You know what I mean? I don't know that it's even intentional. It's just how he's wired. Yeah.
So maybe it's a money thing, you know? Bringing a little extra income for the two of them.
I mean, maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
Would you say, does anyone ever stand in your mind that Shanna, you've met, or that Shanna talks about, that just seems like kind of odd ducks that he hangs out with?
That he hangs out with? No, because he really doesn't hang out with anybody. He's, you know what I mean? He's just around, you know? He's got, like, these rental properties that bring in money, and, you know, he pretty much is always home. Yeah. He's always there. It's rare. Like, if he's not at a doctor's appointment, or, you know what I mean, or some kind of appointment, like medical appointment, which I think he's got quite a few different things. I think he's on some portion of disability from the military or something. So other than appointments, like, he's a homebody. Yeah. He's always there. You know what I mean? Like, now maybe, so-and-so's coming in from you know, out of town, and you know what I mean, and the whole group might get together and go, you know, have a couple beers, you know what I mean? But it's few and far between.
Was he ever the one that kind of take crazy trips?
No. He would take, like, I don't know, I think he's got family. Like, his family's like, you know, always, if anyone gets in trouble, they call Uncle Mario, because he'll help them. You know what I mean? So, you know, you got a niece that's fighting with her parents, and you know what I mean? What do I do? You know what I mean? And then you go talk to the parents, and, you know, so he was like more like the family mitigator. Gotcha. And I mean, I've never heard of him taking a trip that had something to do with other than family. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, I've known throughout the years of him taking trips, but it always had a family, some cousin or some niece, or, you know what I mean? It was always family. I never heard about trips anywhere other than family stuff. Gotcha.
And did he have a brother living there at some point, and something happened with that?
Guillermo. He was there. He got out of the military, and he was staying with them. He wasn't living with them. He was just staying there. And they had a falling out because, I don't know, he was letting the kids say his name improperly, and Mario was like, no, make them say your name the way it is. And he was like, they're little kids. But again, Mario doesn't, you know what I mean? So they had this big falling out over the kids' inability to say Guillermo. And he told them to leave. But he only just went to the sister's house. You know what I mean? Like, he kind of bought back and forth between them just for the time that he was in town. But it was never he was living with them situation. Okay. That was just, I think it was like a week or something.
Gotcha. So his sister lives here too?
His sister lives here too.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's her name? Do you know?
Neely?
I don't know. I was just curious. Not a big thing there.
I don't know. I don't know. Mealy, I think. That's how he says it. I don't know if that's short for something. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I've met her a couple times.
So what did you think when you first heard about Jared, getting killed?
Well, Shanna called me on Thursday morning after it happened, and I could tell by her voice something was wrong. And she said, Jared's dead. And I said, I'm sorry, what did you just say? And she said, did you hear about that shooting last night in Jack's Beach? And I said, no. And she said, it was him. It was him. And I said, what? You know, like, I couldn't process it. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't, I was shocked. You know what I mean? Like, and she just, and then she told me that what had happened, and that Kirsten was coming over and they were going to tell the kids together. And I didn't have the time to put into the conversation because it was like 7 o'clock in the morning, and I was leaving for the airport to go bury my mother-in-law. And so, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
She, you know, so I just, and I was like, and then I was torn between, you know what I mean? It's like, I had to go do that, but I knew she probably needed, you know what I mean? So it's like, so, you know, and then as people started finding out, they were texting me, and I just so happened to have Wi-Fi on the plane, whatever flight we were on. I don't remember, American or Delta, one of them, but, and so it was like, oh my gosh, have you heard? You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, and you know what I mean? And they're just like, oh my gosh, that's the craziest thing, and you know what I mean? And so, I mean, it was just more of a shock than anything. You know what I mean? Like, it was, I can remember saying, I'm sorry, what? I must have said it 3 times. Like, are you kidding me? Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just thought it was like I was in, like, Bizarro World or something. It was like I just couldn't, you know. I mean, and then, you know, of course, the days just started unfolding, and you know what I mean? And then, you know, so then I started following the story from the plane, and, you know what I mean? That kind of a thing. And it was just so hard to wrap my head around.
Right.
That it happened to him. You know what I mean?
So just knowing Jared, knowing Shanna, knowing the whole family, knowing you probably have a better insight into their marriage and everything. Just into Jared, really. You know, you saw his personality, whatever. I don't want to lead you, but in your brain, and your conscience, your soul, what do you think happened to him?
Well, it was always about money with him. Always. And he was a Freemason, he and his dad, and to me that's just some shady crap. I'm sorry, if you know what I mean, like, that's some shady crap. And I figured it was a money thing. You know what I mean? That was my first gut, was, who'd you piss off? You know what I mean? Who did your money, you know what I mean? Some deal went bad was what my first thought was. Whether or not it was the Freemason thing, I don't know. You know what I mean? But I do know he was into that. And when I say into it, because, like, I know a lot of people who are members of that. I've done a lot of research on that. I think it's weird. I think it's one of those secret society things. You're not allowed to tell your wife anything. You know what I mean? Like, anything where you are asked to keep secrets from the one person that you're supposed to be able to tell everything to is sketchy to me. You know? But because I know of his love for money and that's what drove him, my head automatically went. I figured as the story unfolded, I figured there was 2 scenarios. Either it was a business deal gone bad, or maybe some, like, random gang initiation, or, you know what I mean? Like, some weird thing like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's, my first thought was money from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure, like, have you and Shanna kind of talked about theories and what's been going on, and, you know, what's her kind of take on the situation? Or
oh, it's very interesting how Kirsten's trying so hard to, you know, judge, jury, executioner right in the public eye. You know what I mean? Like she's trying real hard, you know, and, you know, I mean, I have theories on that too, but you know what I mean?
What are your theories? I'd love to hear them.
Jared and Shanna, I've known a lot of people that got divorced, even including in my own family. I've never seen anyone with the venom and hatred as Jared. He was just an angry, you know what I mean? Like, to me, he was an angry person. Okay? He hated Shanna. Everyone thought he hated Shanna. I thought he was obsessed with Shanna, personally.
Interesting.
If I told you that the girl between Shanna and his current wife, and even his current wife back when Shanna was younger, they could be sisters. He had a type. Their engagement rings, if you line them all three up, you have to look hard. Their engagement poses, exact. Okay? He had a type. I think he wanted everyone to believe he hated her, but I don't really think he did. There was even an IEP meeting at a school where the guidance counselor, like, he wanted, if there was a meeting for the kids, he wanted there to be 2 separate meetings so he didn't have to be in the same room with Shanna. Guidance counselor told him, no, we got to get all these people together. It's one meeting. You can either get the notes or you can be there. So he would always sit, always in the corner, never would say a word, never would be near her, wouldn't make eye contact. Like, it's the weirdest thing. And the guidance counselor even asked her, how long have you been divorced? After it was over. She's like, 3 years or 4 years, whatever it was. And she was like, something's wrong with him, because you shouldn't trigger him the way you trigger him after this much time. If it had been 3 months, okay, I get it. But that, you know what I mean? Like, so everyone saw that. The teachers all saw. He was just weirdly opposed to being even near her. And when he married Kirsten, so, like, Jared has horrible grammar, horrible spelling. Like, it's like 3rd grade gone bad. You just want to get your red pen out and just go to town or cry if you're reading it. And when he married her, everything changed, and it was 100% obvious that she was drafting the emails. Always passive aggressive, always, you know what I mean? But you knew it was her because he didn't just get literate, you know what I mean? He always struggled in school, you know what I mean? Like, that was the thing. But anyway, so I think that the two of them enjoyed making Shanna's life hard. You know what I mean? Sending things that would hurt her. They would say things that were just hurtful. You know what I mean? And I in my initial thought was, well, the only way that she keeps his memory alive is to keep doing that. I'll make everyone hate her. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I first thought that, but now, as I've given it more and more thought, I think she's setting her up. I think Kirsten is setting Shanna up for a civil suit for wrongful death. Because in a criminal court, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil, it's what, 51%? You know what I mean? Like, what you just got to have people feel sorry for you and be on your side, and she knows Shanna got money, and you just got to sell your story. Which, you know, she set Shanna up from the get-go. She told her from day one, don't say his name, don't talk to reporters, don't let anyone interview you. You know, she was going to sue the school because they put out an email saying, you know, everything we can do. And then 3 weeks later, she's on national freaking television. You know what I mean? Like, I think that 3 weeks gave her the time to create this narrative that Shanna did it. But if you even knew Shanna would never do anything that would hurt her kids. Ever. She just wouldn't. That's not what she's made of.
Yeah.
Her kids, I mean, she had a kid that was at the brink of death. You know what I mean? Like, he was born and he wasn't going to survive. They didn't think Liam was going to live. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, her entire life has been her kids and protecting them.
Yeah, I get that.
You know, I mean, that's anyone who knows the real Shanna, not the story that you've been spun off by the Bridigans that, you know, she's a whore and she'll sleep with anybody. You know what I mean? Like, if you know Shanna, her kids, that's all she ever wanted was kids. In fact, if you ask her if she regrets marrying Jared, she'll tell you no, because she wouldn't have her kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, and for all the things he did to her, you know what I mean? That's not your typical answer for someone who's spinning out about, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How can I get rid of him? Do you know what I mean? Like, it was always, every decision she made through her marriage and her divorce was always, how will this affect my kids? That was always her first question.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. And I might be wrong about her setting Shanna up for the suit or whatever, but I can see that coming.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
I know you don't know, but I'm just saying, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I can see it coming.
Yeah.
It just seems like all the makings of, you know what I mean, of what's coming. Because you don't have to prove who killed him. Not in a civil suit.
No.
You don't have to prove that. I mean, I know how the legal system works. My dad was a DA. I get it.
Yeah.
I spent many a time in the courtroom. I know how this works, and you know, you can just see the writing on the wall if you've got any kind of familiarity with, you know, how these kind of cases go.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think she deserves answers. You know what I mean? Everybody deserves to know, but I think if you guys were to arrest some kid who said that he was being initiated in a gang, she's going to be sad. That's not justice for her. Justice for her is being able to get Shanna. That's justice for her. Because in her mind, Shanna's the bad guy. She tormented him. She abused him emotionally. I mean, I see all the comments that go on, you know. I mean, but when you go to such extremes that you're attacking her business, you're attacking her family, you know what I mean? Like, it's getting a little much now.
So, I mean, you've seen all the comments. You see what the people are saying. No, totally impossible, or
that Shanna had anything to do with this?
Shanna or Mario?
I don't see it. I spent a lot of time. You know what I mean? I've been with on Shanna's side for 8.5 years. There's nothing that happened in the marriage or the divorce that I have not been privy to, and you know. Mario,
because there was no love lost between Mario and Jared. He said on the couch and said,
"Oh no, he did. He hated him. He hated what he did to him or to her. He hated how he treated the kids. You know what I mean? Because the story you're seeing in the news is not with the story that the kids were reporting.
Of course.
However, I always tell Shanna this: when you take your notes from little children who are trying to please you at your house and him at his house, you know, there's no telling what they were saying over there either.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like, again, with the survival skills.
I know how that goes.
Yeah, you got a set of survival skills per house, depending on where you are, is what you say and what you don't say. And you know that you learn that at a very young age. You learn that. Mario likes his, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I mean, he's got a cushy life. You know what I mean? Mario is selfish. I don't think he would sacrifice that for something like this.
Yeah.
Do I think he cried tears when he found out? No. I didn't ask, but
I did, and he said no.
But my gut tells me he wouldn't, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, couldn't have happened to a nicer guy kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, that would be Mario's kind of a play, you know, is damn the good luck, you know what I mean? But I don't see it, you know. But again, you know what I mean? I'm just Shanna's friend. You know, I know that he, for however good or bad of an actual husband he is, he's a good friend to Shanna, and my gut tells me if it was anything that was going to bring this kind of heat on Shanna, which if you know Jared's family at all, everything was always Shanna's fault in the marriage, in the divorce, forevermore, it's all her fault.
Yeah.
He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that to her and those kids.
Right. And by the way, I'm just spitballing here.
Oh, okay? I know.
So,
I know.
So just you
and half the.
Let's just say that Mario decided one day he had had enough. He was done with Jared, and he was not taking any more of his crap. And he went out and he did do that. Would Shanna distance herself from him?
100%.
Or would he protect her? Would she protect him?
She wouldn't. She would protect the kids. Always.
Yeah.
Kids are her priority. Yeah. No man
And I can tell you, as many times as I've talked to her, I 100% believe that those children are her priority.
100%.
I 100% believe that.
Nothing is more important to her than them and their well-being.
Mm-hmm.
And so if she thought he had anything to do with this, she'd have kicked him to the curb. He'd been gone.
Yeah.
That day. Like the second she found out. There'd have been no plan. There'd have been he'd have been gone.
Yeah.
There'd have been no question.
Like I said, I'm just...
Yeah, I know.
Conjecture, just talking. So
that's all everyone's doing. Like that's all it is online. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't read. We try. I can't speak for him. I'm sure he is, but I haven't read the first comment. I don't read any of that stuff.
It will either make you laugh or piss you off. It does one of two things. A lot of the comments are her.
Who, Kirsten?
She's got fake accounts.
Yeah.
100%. And he was famous for that. He had hundreds of fake accounts.
Yeah.
And she's in Microsoft. She does, you know what I mean? But I mean, I know for a fact. There are too many things, like some of these comments get like real intimate, and you're talking about things that were 7-10 years ago. Only you know that. If you're the wife. Yeah. You're the only one who knows that. Because it was his spin on the story. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and, I feel confident if just this much effort, if you know what I mean, you look that IP address and hit the same computer. I feel confident.
Well, we get lots of interesting things as well, lots of interesting tips. Everything from psychics to crazy people
psychics,
to, we've had a couple of psychics reach out to us, and we've heard lots of crazy, interesting theories. So
I try not to give theories. I'm just trying to tell you the things that I know.
No,
I
that's
remember.
all. This is more about background, just because you do. It's hard to find people. We found people that know Jared now, and we found people that know Shanna now and Mario now. It's hard to find someone who still knows them today, who knew them
20
before.
years. Yeah.
So that's why we were.
Yeah.
Someone mentioned that you knew Jared even before Shanna. I was like, I'd be curious to see what he was like, because like you alluded to, once someone dies, all you ever hear is
memorialized.
how great they were and what an amazing person.
What kind of a douche do you like? Like if you get on there and you're like, oh, you mean that kid that broke everyone's heart? And
exactly.
You know what I mean? Like you're not going to get on there and say that.
Yeah.
So.
But that's all I have. You.
Yeah. So it seems like Shanna confides in you.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fair.
How often has she kind of confided in you during this time since Jared was killed? Like how often do you talk? And
we don't talk any more than we did before. I mean, she and I usually, like I said, we usually talk 5-6 times a week, sometimes every day. Just depends on what's going on with the kids. You know what I mean? She's been there's actually probably been maybe a couple days in a row that we didn't talk. If sometimes the kids will have a meltdown or, you know what I mean? She's been very present for them. And so she will drop me, you know what I mean? It'll just be, it's been a bad day, you know what I mean? Or that or the other. And then she might catch me up the day later. You know what I mean? Okay. So I wouldn't say that the time that we spend talking or whatever has really changed at all. It's been pretty much the same.
Did she talk to you at all when she came in and talked to us the first time or the second time?
She did tell me that she came in and that she talked to you guys. She said she was giving background information. She told me that she said Mario would come in too. She told me she came in and gave DNA.
Yes.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. So, all right. So, like the first time when she came in and talked to us, she told you all about that experience and the conversation and all that? Or
not really. She just said that they were just like generalized kind of questions, and you know what I mean. Like she wasn't very specific on questions, but Shanna, she doesn't have I'm the memory bank, which is funny because my husband says I forget stuff. But like you know what I mean. Like she'll for things like litigation wise, like with the divorce, it was like he's saying this, or this, and I'm like, oh no, remember there was that email from his attorney that said this, and I was like, go look, you know what I mean. And so, but she forgets things You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you know, she kind of is in the moment, and then she forgets the details.
I got you. Did she tell you before she was coming in here to talk to us?
No.
Did she call you? So she didn't call you and talk to you before she came in and talked to us?
I don't think so. But I don't remember.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't remember. Here, I'm telling you, I'm the memory bank, and I don't remember. But I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even remember what day it was or anything.
It was the 28th was the day before, and March 1st was the day she came in and talked to us.
She may have told me that she was coming.
Mm-hmm.
She may have told me that she was coming. In fact, I think she did tell me that she was coming and that they were coming in together.
Mm-hmm. So
but she didn't know if you guys were going to talk to them together or separate them.
Mm-hmm. So nothing memorable.
Nothing memorable.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, my brain works weird, but after she came in and talked to us, you did say that she called you and talked to you about it.
Mm-hmm.
How many times did y'all talk about that?
About her conversation in here?
Yeah.
The once, maybe another time.
Okay.
Anything else? Have you met Sterling and Shelley?
Mm-hmm.
What's your opinion of those guys?
They're awesome. I love them.
Yeah.
I've known them for several years. Shelley is very. She loves me because I take care of Shanna. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm like her family here when they can't be here.
Yeah.
And Shanna can't move because of the heart thing. He's got to stay at sea level.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So, you know, she knows that Shanna's always got somebody if she needs somebody.
Yeah.
So, in fact, it was funny because we were crossing paths, like, when all this happened, when Jared got murdered. You know, they were booking flights to come here, and I'm on flight to go out there. She offered us to stay in her house. Do you know what I mean? It was like, and then we were like, oh no, we got to stay with, you know, my husband's dad because he was alone and stuff. So, but yeah, you will not meet a more genuine, generous. They make a lot of money, but they believe money is to do good things with.
Gotcha.
And they, you know what I mean? Like, they help so many people and do so many things. Like, they're very down to earth. You know, even for as wealthy as they are, they're very humble.
That's good to hear.
They're not you know what I mean? You're not, Kris Kardashian ain't walking in here. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're very simple. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, they have all the nicest things, but they're very humble.
Gotcha. They're
very humble, and they're very giving, and, you know, they're good people. They're good people.
All right, well, that's all I have. I really, really, really appreciate you coming on and talking to us.
Okay. I don't know if I helped you. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like all of my information is so old.
You know, I tell people, because people say that a lot, we don't know either. We don't know what helps us and what doesn't. You know, sometimes it's the little things. Mm-hmm. And, you know, so we deal a lot in what we call victimology. So you building a profile of what your victim is like, what their personality is like, the things that they do. I've never heard about the freebasing thing, so that's new.
He was very involved in that with his dad, because I know he used to go to the meetings when he was married to Shanna, because oftentimes I would go over because I knew he wouldn't be there because he'd be with, you know what I mean? That was a big pride factor for his dad.
Was a Freemason.
He was the only son that would participate in that with him. But Jared was very proud of it. He wore the ring, and that ring means something. If it's facing me, I need help. If it's facing you, I'm available to help you. Like, there's a lot of, you know, in fact, that ring that he wore, he told me, this is going to be yours one day.
Interesting.
Yeah, like, he was very proud of that ring. So that I guess that's how they speak to each other without saying words, which was good for him because he wasn't very social. Just look at my ring.
Well, hey, thank you. I'll give you my card on our way out, and if you have any questions or anything, you can give me a call. Let me know.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I'm a little tired, man. It's been a long week. Today is February 3rd. It's 11:16. I'm Detective Lamont, and I'm here with your name?
Kim Jensen.
Kim Jensen. Okay. So obviously we spoke. Was it Monday? I think we spoke first. Monday or Tuesday?
Tuesday, I think.
Yeah.
Well, last week when we spoke.
Was it last week? No, I think
it was Monday night, and then you called me Tuesday to reschedule for today.
Okay, yeah. So essentially, I know we spoke to you a couple months back about Jared and Shanna, and you were one of the few people that we've been able to talk to that kind of really knew both of them. So we just kind of wanted to follow up with some things that we've kind of been looking at since then. Nothing too crazy. Just before we get into all that, how have things been? How have things been since the interview?
Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, should they have been different?
I'm just curious. I know, this is kind of a shake-up, and, I'm sure the church has been, a little...
There's a division.
Is there?
Well, it's just kind of the same. Like, if you were... I'm sure Shanna friends are going to tell you what they saw in Jared, and I'm sure Jared and Kirsten's friends are going to tell you, that Shanna was horrible. And I don't think anyone who was originally, Team Shanna or Team Jared has jumped ship through all of this. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, it's not like, honestly, in where I, down here on Penman where I go, like, it's not like it's spoken about. You know what I mean? Whereas where they go, like, I have friends out where they are in the South, and it's like in the foyers, like, you know what I mean? Oh, this, that, and the other. But, none of those people knew anyone but Jared and Kirsten.
Yeah. What are you hearing? Like, what are they saying? What kind of things are they saying?
Oh, they're just, who do you think did it? Do you think it was Shanna? You know what I mean? It was just the little...
Yeah. Well, unfortunately...
But, social media has, like, gone viral with all of this, and I don't know.
It's definitely got a lot of attention.
It's gotten a lot of attention, and it's hard because it's one-sided attention. And it just seems... I understand Shanna's position in why she has chosen to stay quiet, and why, she doesn't want people who knew him to say anything because she's all about protecting her kids.
She doesn't want them to talk ill of him.
No, the kids are trying to get over losing their father. If they need to hold on to some memory that makes him a good dad to help them heal, she does not want that washed.
How are they doing, do you know?
The kids?
Yeah.
They have their moments. They're in therapy. She's doing all the right things with them. She seems to be doing much better than I would have expected. Had a hard time.
Yeah. I know when I met them, it seemed like she very
processes things differently. And she's able to compartmentalize things, whereas ADD, and he's a little more all over the place, and so his mind, you know what I mean, is all over the place.
Yeah, I noticed that when we talked to him. It was trying to keep him in a straight line
it's hard.
It was pretty difficult.
Yeah. But that's been him since he was little, you know what I mean? So, but overall, they're doing well. Like, big things like with the arrest or whatever, so on Monday, you know what I mean, Fox News is chasing them all around the dentist, and then the kids, it's like, oh,
this Monday,
this past Monday, whenever the press conference was on Wednesday.
Okay. So
on Monday, Rebecca Rosenberg was in her face when she came out of a dentist's office with the kids, you know what I mean, and then that reignites the fear with the kids, But she's been really good about just trying to keep things normal for them, But that really, those are the things. That's why they moved.
Yeah.
They were being followed. They were constant, you know what I mean? There was no peace. She's trying to get them over losing their dad. And, when you constantly have people following you, they're old enough to know.
Yeah.
They're scared.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a tough position for for the kids to be in.
Yeah, it is.
I hope everything works out for them.
I do too.
That was one of my biggest concerns, even in London. It was pretty tough, especially the night I met her that night on the scene. And it was I had just had a newborn, man. And I was just like, oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
It was rough.
Yeah.
But.
Well, if there is an advantage between the two, Kirsten can protect the little ones from the media, whereas Shanna's are old enough that they go to school and kids talk and my mom said this, and you know what I mean, like whereas when you've got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, you can shield them from all the things. It makes it a little more advantageous in their emotional health.
Yeah. Have they been having trouble in school, the twins?
No, but I mean, nobody really knew anything in Washington until this past week.
Yeah.
And then, you know what I mean, but it quieted down a lot faster there than it ever would here.
Well, I mean, they're pretty, they're pretty separated.
Yeah.
It's about as far as you can get, probably.
Well, but I mean, she has to be on one coast or the other.
Yeah.
Because of his health condition, so it's like, you know what I mean? Like, and so I think for her parents, it was the best option to get her closer to family that could be there quickly. Yeah. You know what I mean? If there
How far is that from Utah?
I think it's like to drive. I think it's like maybe 9 hours.
So, I mean, it's
9 or 12 hours, but I mean, I think it's only like an hour plane. It's like us going to New York, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's quick to get on a plane. I think it's an hour and a half plane ride or whatever.
Well, that's good. That's good then. I mean, and having family close, I know it's kind of tough being, kind of separated from your family. Mm-hmm. So, one of the things that we were looking at was, I know it was reported in the media, and we've talked to the family about it a little bit, and I don't know if you saw it or anything, but it was, Jared had some premonitions about, I guess, danger or whatever. Did you hear anything about that prior to?
Yeah, that came from his mom.
That came from his mom?
His mom said, she didn't say he had premonition about danger. Mm-hmm. She said he had a premonition that he wasn't going to live much longer. Mm-hmm. Didn't say that that was it. And that with that he paid off the house, the cars, like got everything in order, and she became the stay-at-home mom. Kirsten. Mm-hmm. Because originally, like I think she ended her job in December. Mm-hmm. Where, I mean, they both work from home, but I mean, he only barely started working at Microsoft, like, I want to say in like August maybe of last year. Like, he'd only been there like less than 6 months. Yeah. So, and then, but I mean, that was what she said, that he she said, she called it a spiritual prompting, is what she called it.
Did she go into any detail about it or anything?
No, because she wasn't. I mean, I just kind of heard that, you know what I mean? She didn't. I mean, I know now it's being used in the media that, he feared for his life, but I don't know. I don't know that I'd buy that. That just sounds like a convenient way to continue to,
keep pushing the gas.
Keep pushing the gas against Shanna.
Well, the media is their own monster.
Oh, they are. I mean, you see it just in, you know what I mean? Like, if they want to railroad somebody, they know how to do it.
Yeah. So you haven't heard anything other than just whispers around circles with what the mom said? Is the mom still in Germany? Is his mom still in Germany? They go here, right, to this church?
Well, they're like vagabonds. Like they owned a home for years and years and years. And that's where I've been to baby showers there. You know what I mean? Like, that's where the family lived when eventually, I don't even know if they started there when they moved to Florida because they came from like the Midwest or maybe somewhere out there. I don't know. Originally, before they came to Florida, and I'm talking about like when Jared was like 12.
Okay, so they were...
They were somewhere else.
Okay.
And then when their family relocated here, the kids were, Jared was the youngest, and he was like 12, 13, I want to say, when they moved to Florida. Or at least when they moved and became part of...
You said Jared was the youngest?
Jared.
I thought Adam was the youngest. Jared was... Okay,
Jared is the youngest.
I'm sorry.
But so for example, I don't know what their ages and kids, like, where they fall, like, in line, but, like, I never knew they had a daughter. Like, she didn't make she must have been the oldest or one of the old, I think maybe Justin is old. I don't know. I didn't know. I just knew him.
Yeah.
But anyway, but once Shanna and Jared got divorced, Jared got like $500,000 from the divorce. He got his half of the house they bought in Ponte Vedra. He then bought his parents' house. And then the parents went and were like house sitters, I guess you would say, for another couple who went on a 3-year mission to Africa. So they lived in their apartment. It was a doctor and his wife. They're on another mission in Africa for 3 more years. But anyway, they lived in their house, in their apartment. It was like in the marina, the Pablo Marina, those really nice apartments. They lived there, and then she got, after they came back, I really don't know where they went. I have no idea. I mean, they were still around, but I don't know where they went. And then she started picking up the contracts with the military.
The government, yeah.
And she ended up in Germany.
Okay. And then they've been there ever since.
Yeah, like they were back here a few months ago. He's got throat cancer or something.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And then we thought they were done. Like once, you know what I mean? Like people just assumed that she would quit or whatever. But I mean, I think they just need money. I don't know. I don't know.
Is he still, I know, when I spoke to Mr. Bishop.
Scott Curry.
I'm sorry. Yes, Bishop Curry. He said that Jared's dad was the governor. Is that how it works, of the area or something?
Oh no, he so you have, so like here you have individual, they're called wards.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have wards, and so I think there's 9 wards that form a stake.
Okay.
He was the leadership of the stake. He was, so where Scott is the bishop, where he's the top at the ward, there's a stake president, and then he has 2 counselors.
Okay.
And his father was one of those.
Is he still doing that, or is he out of that position?
Well, he lives in Germany, so I don't know what he does.
Yeah, that's why I was curious. Because I think when I spoke with Bishop Curry, he had said he was still in that position, but I was like, it kind of struck me odd, because I'm like, man, he's in Germany. That's got to be hard.
Yeah, no, he was released. He was released, I'm pretty... Now, when that all happened, you know what I mean? Because he didn't initially go to Germany. He stayed here.
Okay.
He stayed here, and then they brought her mom, like his mother-in-law, and I think now she's in some kind of like facility in Orlando. But like he was here, and he would just go visit Joanne in Germany, because he did stay here and fulfill. You know what I mean? He had this thing in his head that he didn't want to be released from his calling. He wanted to go 5 years.
Oh, as the governor,
as part of, titles were very important to him.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they very important to most people in the church? I have never really been involved in that kind of shit.
Some people care. Some people want to aspire to become, leadership. Some people just come and they're just happy to serve in whatever capacity they're asked, and they don't have any goals to become something more. It's like if it happens, great, and if not, you know what I mean? Yeah. But titles were very important. Titles were very important to Jared.
So you think he was more like his father than his mother? Or?
Oh, 100%. His mother would tell you they were exactly the same.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah.
He's very controlling. Like I know when they got divorced, Joanne would always come to me and ask me, how's Shanna? And I'm like, you can just text her.
Yeah.
She will respond to you. And she's like, I'm not allowed.
Because Jared wouldn't let her?
It's not allowed.
Yeah, I mean,
She's like, he's, and I'm like, what do you mean you're not allowed? You know what I mean? And she's like, oh, well, you know how Jared is, he's very controlling, and, and she's like, he's just like his father. I mean, that's what she said. Those were her words, not mine. I mean, I thought that, but I mean, it's interesting to hear her, that she recognizes that.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. You're going to be like
one or the
right?
other. Yeah.
I mean,
and she's like the scatterbrained, you know what I mean? Like, she's the family joke, and it's sad. Like, they make fun of her to her face that
really?
oh yeah.
What do they say?
Well, because she's like a walking blunder. Like one time, Jared wanted to have a family FaceTime call, and they were going to announce, I want to say, Kirsten's pregnancy, and Joanne accidentally went Facebook Live.
And so it went on Facebook Live?
And everyone, it pops up, oh, your contact, and everyone's just like watching this, and then when they realized what she had done, they're like, Mom, you know what I mean? Like, she's just like the joke. She's got a lot of technological issues,
That would be quite awkward.
Yeah. But I mean, she's got lots of them. Like, I mean, it cost her a job one time.
Really?
Like, yeah, she used to be a counselor for the church. And when Shanna and Jared were married, and there's HIPAA.
Yeah.
And she was doing a Zoom session with a child, an adolescent, who had come out.
Okay.
To her.
Yeah.
And she thought she had ended the session.
Oh no.
And Gaylord made some comment like, are you done with that faggot so you can come to bed?
Man.
And the kid wanted to sue the church, and she was never allowed to be you know what I mean? Like, it was big. Like, there was litigation, and Shanna paid for it all. Like, it was bad. So I mean, she just makes big mistakes.
Yeah, that's
especially technological mistakes, and she gets harassed horribly for it.
Well, like, my parents aren't great with technology. They just stay away from it.
She should just pick up the good old phone.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best way. Hell, even now, man, it's like these phones are getting so crazy. It's like I know we spoke earlier about back before cell phones were really a thing, but I'll tell you what, man, I almost wish we could go back to that, because being connected all the time is not, for me, it's not good. Okay, so with all that being said, so I know Jared and Shanna, and obviously we spoke about the arrest that happened last week. Just out of curiosity, have you ever known Jared to have any kind of association with Henry Tinnen, who was arrested?
I never saw him till.
That was the first time you ever saw him?
Never saw him. Never did know nothing about him. He didn't even look like he knew him. Like, he looked very confused to me.
Yeah.
Like the next day or whatever, he just looked like he didn't even look like he was on the same planet. Like he just looked very confused to me.
Yeah. Did Shanna or Mario ever talk about him? I know he was a tenant for Mario's for quite a while.
No. I mean, Mario didn't talk about much. You know what I mean? Like, he was very, even through their whole marriage, like, his friends were his friends, and he didn't join the two. Like, he didn't. Because she would always talk about, if you're going out with your friends or this, or, I'll go. And he was like, no, those are my friends. You know what I mean? Like, he kept things very separate.
How did she feel about that?
At first, I think it hurt her feelings that she didn't want him. It was mostly his military friends. Like, I don't really know how much dealings he had with, like, tenants. You know what I mean? Like, I got nothing.
Yeah.
I know that I would hear once a month, he went and collected the rent. You know what I mean? Like, he's at the downtown house getting the rent, or he's at the, White
So
Hart.
Mario would physically go to the houses and collect the rent?
I think so. At least sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a regular thing, but, like, I know I'd gone over one time and where is he? And she's like, he went to get the rent or something, I mean, that was just something I recall in passing,
Yeah.
But, it was his military friend. She wanted to know the people that knew him, like before she knew him.
Yeah, I mean, that's natural.
And, you know, and she got to meet some of them, but not. It wasn't what you would have thought. You know what I mean? Like when I got married, my husband has friends. You know what I mean? Like I know who they are. We hang out. We have dinner. We whatever. And he just, you know, his military friends would breeze into town from time to time or whatever. And sometimes he'd let her come, and sometimes he wouldn't.
So, I mean, just out of curiosity, I'm assuming you're still in contact with Shanna.
Yeah.
Has she talked about this guy at all?
Mm-mm.
No.
No. My conversation with Shanna are harder because A, the time difference. B, you know, she's getting, you know, she's working, especially, you know, when the kids are in school, and then it's not like when she had her own thing and she could talk on the phone while she was doing her own cookies. Now, you know what I mean? She's actually somewhere else, and so, you know, it might be 5 minutes here, 15 minutes there, you know, on the way from dropping the kids to school, you know what I mean? And then once school's out, then she's got the kids, and so, you know.
Yeah.
So no, not a, you know.
So you haven't really been talking to her that much?
Our conversations are very limited in comparison to how much we were able to talk. Because I mean, she's at the bakery, you know, around the corner. I mean, I could just go over and, you know what I mean. We could sit and chat in the bakery while she was rolling out dough and doing all the things. It's just so different. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah, it's tough losing a friend. I mean, that's.
Oh, it is. It is, and more of our conversations are about the kids than anything since she's been out there, because, you know, they've had to adjust, and you know what I mean, and so, but I mean, they've picked up, I mean, gymnastics out there, and so, you know what I mean, so, you know, she'll send me little videos or just like her, you know, little. How's
she doing with the gym? I know she was, I know when I talked to her before way back in the beginning of this, I guess she was still on like a practice team.
Yeah, now she's on, I think, like maybe like a middle tier team.
Yeah.
It's not the highest, but it's not the.
Yeah.
And so I mean, she's really, she wants to be a gymnast. Like she's working really hard at it.
She seemed like really interested in her.
Well, she's one of those. She's a perfectionist. So if she can't do, you know, front handspring, she's doing it on the trampoline over and over and over and over again until she gets it right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like she's that kid.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
You need that if you're gonna pursue any kind of sport. If you're gonna excel.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Yeah.
I got a few more questions. I don't want to get off topic too bad, but what is do you have any theories on why Mario's tenant would be involved in this with Jared at all? It seems weird.
I mean, all I know is what I saw on the press conference, which was not that informative. I really didn't know how involved. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know what the connection. I don't even know what the connection is.
Hello.
This is my partner, Mick. I don't think you've met him before.
I don't know.
I'm sorry I'm late.
No worries. I was early.
Real quick then, just the traffic, mixed with the rain and my ball tires. That's just not a good combination at all.
Yeah.
So, again.
Change those. You get a ticket for that, can't you?
I think so. I'm more likely to go off the road. That's what I'm more concerned about, you know?
Ticket for that, too.
So, I apologize for being late.
No worries.
I was just talking to her about some theories as to why Mario's tenant would be involved with Jared.
Okay.
And what was it that you said?
I said, all I know about this guy is that what I saw in the press conference, so I don't really have any theories. The only thing I can tell you is that people made the comment, once Shanna's sister said once, Jared was always involved in something shady because he always wanted that get rich quick. He always wanted, it was money. Everything with Jared has, from what I know, everything was always about money. You know, you're getting divorced, you got a prenup. It's not a secret what you're going to get, but he wouldn't leave the house, stayed there through the whole divorce until he got his check. And then he moved out 24 hours later. Like everything was about money with him. Everything. You know, oh, you want school designation? Oh, well, then tell the courts I don't have to pay child support. Like everything was money with him. And he had the mindset that I shouldn't have to pay you anything because your family is wealthy. Shanna was not wealthy. That's what frustrates me with the media, is that the story, like her trust was drained when they bought that house in Ponte Vedra. There was no more trust. It was gone. You know, but people don't know that. They think that she's just got like this endless supply coming in, you know, and it wasn't true.
I gotcha. So I guess with all that being said, I mean, by all rights, this guy had no money, so why would Jared? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of weird to me. Because really, at the end of the day, we're just trying to, you know, connect all the dots, and you know, there's really no reason for Tenon to have any kind of dealings with Jared, and so that's what's kind of throwing everybody off a little bit, I think. You know what I mean?
Well, my assumption was that you guys probably had a list of everyone that had the truck that may or may not be involved. I never ever heard if it was a confirmed, or all I've seen is Kirsten stuff. Find the truck, find the truck, find the truck. I just assumed when he got popped for whatever he got popped for, what was it, speeding and pot or something, when he got arrested in August or whatever, that he was on the list, and then you find out he's Mario's tenant, and I figured those were how dots were connected. I really don't have any theories about Jared and this black guy. Like, I have no idea.
Has anybody been talking about it or anything? Has there been any kind of rumor mill or anything like that involving it?
The only rumor mill that I've heard is this guy doesn't even look like he knows what the heck's going on.
Who all saying that? Just out of curiosity. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but
just like, you know, girls at church. They're like, you know, just. So
they're skeptical that he has anything.
They're skeptical that he has anything to do with it.
Well, I mean,
maybe he does. I don't know. I'm sure you know more than I do. But I'm just saying, from the outside looking in, he looks very confused about the whole thing.
Well, I guess if they're skeptical, why and what alternative theory would they have? Just if we're just gonna rabbit holes, you know, like
well, the guy's never done anything violent, from what, you know what I mean? I mean,
right.
his rap sheet, I guess, or whatever's been published, I mean, it doesn't look like he's ever done anything violent. From my logical mind, if you're going to pick someone to help you do something, that wouldn't be my first choice. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? He doesn't have this air of confidence like, oh, you know, I'll be your partner in crime, whoever his crime was with.
That's an interesting choice of words if you're going to pick somebody. Do you think that somebody picked somebody, or do you think this is...
Oh, no, I'm just like, you know, just if I'm analyzing this, you know what I mean? Like, if this actually was, you know, a hit on him, I don't know. I just think...
You'd pick somebody better than...
There would just be... a little more thought would have gone into it. Not that I think like that, because I've never put a hit out on anybody.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm the girl that made curfew. Every time.
What, has Shanna mentioned Henry and his connection at all? No?
No.
Is she just as confused about the whole thing, or? Yeah,
well, like I said, you know, on the Monday before, they're, you know, and they're like, oh, you want to comment on breaking the case? And she's like, she didn't even know what they were talking about. She had no freaking idea what they were talking about.
So when she found out, was she as equally as confused, or? Yeah,
she's like, she has no idea what's happening.
Okay. Do you know if she ever met him? I know, and the only reason I asked that is because I guess he was living in Mario's property for a while. Do you know if she ever had any...
I do not believe so, because I know that I don't know who, but I know that at least one of his tenants are smokers, and she's allergic to smoke.
I gotcha.
And so she
wouldn't even go over there.
But is it possible he could have, like, dropped a rent check off or something?
At their house?
Yeah.
At 1511?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay. Hey, you haven't talked to Mario at all, have you?
No, I haven't even seen Mario since like April or May.
When's the last time? Or April, May?
April, May. I think it was, I can't remember if I actually saw him in May. I think in April I may have seen him. The only other contact I've had with Mario is, I want to say, maybe around the fall sometime. He texted. No, he didn't text. He sent me a message. I don't remember if it was text or if it was like Instagram or something, but he sent me a message asking, we have a landscaping company.
Okay.
And he gave me the address of a property and wanted to know if we could, go by and take care of it, but it wasn't in our area. It was somewhere in Arlington. And my husband was like, we don't go there. Tell him no.
Did he have another house or something?
Does he has two houses.
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
He has the one near Sandalwood on Whitehorse. Because and I only know that because he called it the downtown house and the Whitehorse house. So those were the two. And I know the White Horse house.
Say it 3 times fast, go.
Yeah, right. I can't do it. I think that was formerly his parents' house before they moved to Peru. I think.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, which I could be.
Okay. So what was the property in Arlington? Was that?
I don't know. I mean, I might have it if you want it. I don't know. Let me see. I can look and see. I can't remember if it was text or Instagram because a lot of times he would just send me a message on that. We weren't texters. Mario. Only time I had texting chains with Mario was if he was coming to pick up the kids or I was going, you know what I mean? It was always about the kids.
Gotcha.
No, it wasn't that because that was when. So it must have been on Instagram. How long ago it was because I can't even get there.
When you say landscape, do you mean like just like mowing lawns, or do you do like what's the extent of the landscape business?
It's primarily just like maintenance, but I mean they do projects where, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Like redo someone's yard.
So would y'all go like if let's say someone needed you to go in and like take out like. I know we have a lot of crepe myrtles down here, but was that something y'all would do? Is take all that out or trim it back and stuff like that, or
trimming? Yes. Removal would depend on the size of it. We might refer you to a tree service.
I gotcha. Okay.
So.
But if it was something.
Oh, I can't. I don't think he's on. I don't think he's on Instagram. I don't have any. I can't.
Oh, it was through Instagram.
Because that was his typical way to message me was Instagram. But so I don't have the thing because I don't think he's on there anymore.
Did he get rid of his Instagram account?
Well, I can't find him, so I'm gonna go with yes. Not because he told me, but because he's not there.
Well, you haven't been keeping up with him, I guess, then, huh?
I don't care about him.
Why's that?
I mean, I didn't know.
I just noticed, like, there was a tone, like, I didn't care about him. Like, I picked up on it, so just indulge me.
When he was good to Shanna, he was really, really good to Shanna, and, and then there are other times, he'd make her cry, and I just...
Really?
Yeah,
What did he do to make her cry?
He just gets in moods, and he had a couple bouts of infidelity, and so,
Who are we talking about, Mario?
Mario.
Okay.
So, and then...
How did she react to that?
She takes it personal, like, what am I doing wrong that, you know what I mean, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, I was her best friend, her sounding board, you know what I mean, like, so, but I'm not the one that says, oh, you need to leave your husband, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, you know what your threshold is. What you can take might be more than what I can take, and you know what I mean? Like, I've got lots of friends that have gone through divorce, and I always say, you'll know what you need to do.
Yeah. Is the infidelity what pushed them to divorce or split up? I know they told us, I think in April, that they were getting a divorce.
Yeah, but that was just, they were getting divorced even before Jared was killed.
Mm-hmm. How far before, do you know?
It was on and off of, should we give this, they would put like, okay, 6 more months and we'll see how it goes, or you know what I mean, like, and she was going to therapy and she's doing all the work, and he never wanted to be married.
So why'd they get married?
because of the church, and because she was afraid that if she lived with him, that Jared would find some way in the court to consider her an unfit mother. She's just a whore shacked up with, this guy. And she always had this fear that he would, anything she didn't do that fall in line with the church, that he would find a way to spin it against her. And
if she was separated from the church, what did she care what the church thought?
She didn't care what the church thought. She cared because he took, because she's left the church, automatically that gave him carte blanche to diss her.
Within the church community. And he did. Mm-hmm. And like I said, you were either Team Sharon or Team Jared. You were one or the other. Mm-hmm. So you think that Mario and her ultimately got married because it made things easier for her? I mean, you said they never wanted to be married, so I guess I'm just trying to...
No, she did.
Yes, but he didn't.
She wanted to create something stable for those kids. Mm-hmm. And he was, for all intents and purposes, if there's one good thing that I can never... he tried to be everything for those kids. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? He was on the floor playing Legos. He was the hands-on in the beginning. He was the hands-on, and then as they got older... he wasn't as... I mean, but he did, he took them, they would build things, they would put things together, he's very tinker. He loves to build. If you let him use a tool, you know what I mean, you're the hero, because he loves tools. I mean, he's all boy. Yeah. And he would go out there and do those kinds of things, in the garage, and, teach him this and teach him that, and that was a big deal. Yeah.
So ultimately, what is your impression? What do you think is the reason why Mario ultimately married Shanna? Because it was quick, right? 3 months.
Oh God, yeah. It was oh yeah.
That seemed like a pretty quick decision for someone who didn't want to get married.
Well, I don't think he wanted to marry anybody. You know what I mean? Commitment, I think, is a hard thing for him.
Yeah.
But then, so why go through with it on his part?
Why do it?
Yeah, what's... I mean, you got 2 bouts of infidelity, so it wasn't like he was, wanting to be with just one person. I mean, everyone has their own arrangements. I understand that, and like you said, your own thresholds for divorce and what you can deal with. But what's the reward for him? Why it takes 2,
Right. She really wanted it, and I do think that he deeply cared for the children. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Whether or not. I don't know. I don't know, because it's hard to understand Mario. You know what I mean? Mario beats to his own drum. Everything's shock value with him. You know what I mean? On Easter, he would post the stupidest crap. You know what I mean? Just to get rise out of people. He's like that guy. You know what I mean? He's the guy that walks around with...
Mr. Dreiser. Oh, there's Mr. Hill. Okay, I was going to ask for him. Okay. Please let the record reflect that all defense counsel, the state is present. Mr. Fernandez is present. The court is going to read I'm going to title jury question 2. And for the record, just so that we keep up with the exhibits, the court is going to enter Court Exhibit 3, which is the clerk's memo of the evidence that was sent back to the jury, so that the record will reflect what we actually sent back into the jury by the agreement of parties. without any objection. Now to read the second question. It says, we are trying to find a document shown on the projector when Chris Johns was on the stand. We know it was shown on August 24th, 2026. May we please have the transcript of that day?
Do you know what they're talking about? Typically what we would do, and I think that's very specific, is we would ask Ms. Simpkins to find the reference in Chris Johns' testimony and do a readback, which would, I guess, identify the particular exhibit. Does that make sense?
Exhibits from 824.
Yes, so the second time he was called. The financial, yeah.
824 of 22.
26.
Oh, I'm totally, I didn't get it. From that day, or not.
Yes, so they're saying they're asking for the transcript of that day.
Oh, I misinterpreted it.
They're asking for the transcript of that day to figure out what was placed on the projector.
I think the court could ask for more specifics, and as opposed to reading the entire direct and cross, if they have.
I agree. So
They have more specifics.
give me just one moment. I'm going to pull up the jury instruction related to it, okay? Yes. So I'm going to type out what I intend to read to the jury, which is the supplemental instructions 4.4, when there's a request for a readback or playback or transcript of testimony. My intent is to say, members of the jury, I've discussed with the attorneys your request, and then that is under the second paragraph. And instead of saying relying on your collective memory, instead I'm going to say, could you please write down a specific description as possible of, on the part of the witness testimony that you wish to hear again, so that we can attempt to comply with your request. Is that okay?
State's in agreement.
All right, let's bring out the jury. Thank you. Welcome in, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, I received your question and I need to read it in front of you, so I'll read it for the record. I've titled this in my own handwriting at the top. It says Jury Question 2. We are trying to find a document shown on the projector when Chris Johns was on the stand. We know it was shown on August 24th, 2026. May we please have the transcript of that day? And I've discussed your question, which I will file now as Court Exhibit 4. I've discussed the request with the attorneys, but you all know how long that Chris Johns was on the stand. And so what we've asked of you is that if you could retire to the jury room, write down a more specific reference besides what was placed on the projector so that we can find that part of the transcript so that we can try to comply with your request, okay? So we'll wait for you to buzz back when you have a different description. You can write that down on a piece of paper, and then we will search for it, and then we will attempt to comply with your request, okay? All right. Please let the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. We'll just hold until we hear the buzzer.
Monitor. What? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, right to your defense. Thank you. Thank you. All right, for the record, I have all defense attorneys, Mr. Fernandez, all assistant state attorneys. I'll read it. It says there was a document that stated benefits for Shanna if the legal entanglements with Jared were resolved, showed with the terms of the trust during the defense cross.
Fairly certain that's in the defense binder. And if I have a minute, I think I may be able to look at the list.
If you have a copy of it, we can direct them to the page.
It's contained in a bank of them. It's like, it's not like, my recollection is it's listed. It was like part of the bank record. It came back at a bank return.
The legal entanglements part, that's not my recollection.
No.
It was part of the trust documents that you
It is
showed.
part of the trust documents, but it came back in one of your returns. It's part of the Navy Federal Credit Return. So
Do you know what a defense exhibit that
just a
is?
second, but it is part of a Navy Federal. Here, hold on.
Defense exhibit 3.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Okay, we'll go off the record. Let Ms. Simpkins search that part of the transcript because they did ask for a transcript, but I'm not going to give them a transcript. Okay, can you search defense exhibit 3? We'll go off the record so everyone needs to be quiet. So they have selected, I'll read this, what I wrote to the jury for record purposes. We have found the reference in the transcript. Would you all like for the court to provide the following? A readback of the specific testimony requested. And I put an asterisk. I cannot give you all a transcript. The law does not permit it. Or B, the information related to the exhibit on the exhibit list without the readback. They chose B. Okay, so
I think when we initially put the notebook together, it was admitted as defense exhibit 3, but I think it may be tabbed as C. Can you check that when you go back there? I think.
I can go get the exhibit if you want. Do you want to check it?
Well, I believe I put it on the record.
Did you?
And if we
Okay, let me hear the record.
If we pause and let Ms. Simpkins find it in the record.
All right.
I'm certain that it's listed with reference as 3.
Right, so okay, let's hear. Let's stop talking, please. Defense Exhibit 3, tab C. Okay, so I'll write that. I'm going to write it in red on this page 25. Do y'all want that, or just give the whole document?
No, I don't mind if Alan, that's fine. Page 25, if that's what he's asking.
Can you read the rest of that so that we know? It says legal entanglements, I'm assuming. I've written in red, Defense Exhibit 3, tab C, page 25.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay. So I'm going to have Mr. Hathaway give that to the jury. The court will be in recess. Yeah, why don't y'all look at it before he sends it? Okay. Is that okay with the parties? All right, thank you. Court's in recess.
Just says something just to see the reaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, there were benefits for him. You know what I mean? Like, her family's a good family. You know what I mean? Like, I mean.
So we just call it what it is, like financial benefits, or?
I don't know. I mean, I never asked him why he married her. You know what I mean? Like, anything I would say is just speculation. I mean, I really, although I have told her, she's just an open book. She's pretty transparent. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. To her demise.
Yeah.
I'm like, you should never lead. You know what I mean? Like, never lead with who you come from. You know what I mean? Like, how about I've got 4 sisters and great parents? You know what I mean? Like, don't tell them what your parents do. You know what I mean? Like, because when you do that, you never know, and I don't mean any disrespect, but you never know if the man is there for you or what your family has to offer. You know what I mean? Like,
again, the financial side, the money, right?
I mean, could be. You know what I mean? Although he never acted like he cared about money. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Whereas I can tell you that Jared was everything, like that was his sole goal. Money, 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 money. Can't have enough. Mm-hmm. He wasn't like that. I mean, this guy was like, t-shirts, basketball shirts, you know what I mean? Shorts, you know what I mean? The dog, you know what I mean? Like, his life was the dog. Mm-hmm. And the military, his whole it to me, it was always as if he still wanted to be in the military, but he wasn't. Mm-hmm. So those were the things. The military and that dog were his passions. If I had to pick 2 passions.
Gotcha.
So you think those were before Shanna and the kids?
And after.
Really?
I mean, he did spend a lot of time with kids. I mean, I can't dismiss that. But I mean, I told you the first time I think, I don't know, it was you or John's. One of them asked me if I blessed the marriage, or I was happy, or supportive, or I don't know what the word you were, maybe supportive. I'm not supportive of anybody who wants to get married in 2 months. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know them. Right. There's much to know. You know what I mean? I mean, and I tried to be, and she was like, we're just going to do it. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, she's like, and we'll just date. She goes, we're just going to do this backwards, and I'll date him after I marry him. And I was like, that is so jacked up. Like, that's where the phrase "ass backwards" come from. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I couldn't, you know what I mean? Like, when you're the friend that's supposed to be the voice of reason, you can only be as reasonable as you can be. And, it's kind of like my kids. I can tell you all the good things in the world, and then you have to find out when you do something stupid that, maybe mom did something.
I think we've all had that friend where it's like, listen, I'm telling you, this is a bad idea. And like, no, I hate you. And then 6 months later, they're coming to you crying. It was a bad idea.
You see the train going to come off the tracks.
Well, no, it's like when they very first got divorced. You know what I mean? I'm like, you are giving him a gift on a silver platter. You know what I mean? You got your sleeve, you got your hair chopped off. You know what I mean? It's like everything he was saying about her that wasn't true looked like it was true.
You're talking about from when she got divorced from Jared?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I mean, her thing was, I've left the church, I'm doing whatever the hell I want, I don't care. Mm-hmm. And that's great. Do whatever you want. But optics.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So.
Everything in moderation, I suppose, and just,
But I mean, she got it out of her system, and like I said, everything was in a good place. Mm. You know what I mean? There was none of this. Everything was in a good place with Shanna, and I mean, they were never going to be friends. This was going to be those ones where, we are just tumultuous when we have to be around each other. Mm-hmm. And it was more so on his part.
This is Jared and
her.
Oh, I wasn't sure if we were talking about
Mario. Like I said, Mario beats to a different drum. Like, Mario could walk away from somebody and never look back. My brother's the same way. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're still all friends with his ex-wife, and I mean, and I asked him one time, does that bother you? And he was like, oh, I don't have to mess with it. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, you can just...
I get that. I was the same way growing up, man. If it went, it went. I don't ever want to talk to you again. It's nothing personal. Just...
Yeah, that's just how some people roll, I guess. So...
I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you were saying that Jared and Shanna were kind of like in a not good place, but I guess a copacetic place, or what? Tell me about. Go on with that. I interrupted you, and I was rude. Sorry.
Well, I'm saying they weren't fighting over anything. But I mean, Jared was always throwing the match. You know what I mean? Like, so the big thing at that time, I think it started maybe around November or December. Be baptized.
Mm-hmm. This last November, December?
Yeah, around there. And so, like, I mean, he fully expected Shanna to say no. Mm-hmm. And you got to have, you know what I mean? Maybe one's in, one's out. Like, and Shanna was like, if that's what she wants. You know what I mean? Like, Shanna was all about whatever is best for the kids. That was That's always been probably the one thing that I've admired the most about her since I met her, because I mean, they went through hell, or she went through hell when born, you know what I mean? Like with the whole, like she just, and like once she became a mom, it was like, this is my life.
Yeah, switch flipped.
Yeah, like nothing else. Like I can honestly say, like, she never said a bad word about Jared ever in front of the kids. Ever, never. She wouldn't do it. Would even say, my dad hates you. And she was like, I'm that's sad. That's sad. You know what I mean? Like, those were her kinds of responses.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even like I was hearing it third person, like I've been there, you know what I mean? And he would say, do you know how much my dad hates my mom? And I'm like, buddy, I'm like, maybe one day, maybe one day he won't feel that way. I mean, those are that's just how, and she always believed that it never did the kid any good to know that the other parent hated them.
Yeah, going back to the baptism, you said that Shanna supported it?
In her heart, she really wished that she would wait till she was older, but she wasn't going to tell her no. And so she said, that's fine. She said, the only thing I ask is that she take the lessons from the missionaries so that I know that she understands the commitment that she's making, because Shanna asked her a bunch of questions. I mean, because Shanna grew up in the church. It's not like just because she doesn't go doesn't mean she doesn't know.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
She's coming from a place of education.
She's got a lifelong.
So when you say missionaries, you mean like the people that are out doing the
proselyting,
missions?
trying to, spread the gospel.
Who normally teaches it?
Missionaries. That is who teaches it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was confused by the way you said that. It sounded like maybe somebody else teaches it, and then...
Well, I mean, typically, as parents in the church, you're teaching this in your home as well. Not all kids go through missionary lessons.
Okay.
Unless the parents want them to, but if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, you know what I mean, then your kids know all the answers. And when they go see Scott Curry before they were to get baptized, and he would say, why do you want to be a member of the church? Or, he would ask them to make sure that they had the right answers, and not just, well, my mom said I'm 8, I should get baptized. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those kind of things.
I gotcha.
So, but Shanna had bought her the dress for the baptism, like the whole shebang. And so, he thought that was going to be a fight. And I think he was taken aback when she didn't fight him on it.
Yeah. Was there any arguments, or that's probably a bad word, but was there any strife over where she would take the lessons, whether it be here in Jacks Beach or St. John's County or anything like that?
No. On Shanna's weeks, she set it up with the ones here, and on his weeks, he set it up with the ones there.
So they were,
after he found out that Shanna was doing it here, he set it up there.
With Bishop Curry?
I think they were at Scott's house. Yeah, they were at his house. I hope you don't think I'm being disrespectful when I call him Scott, because I knew him before he was the bishop. It's hard.
So I'll be honest, from the beginning of this thing, he's been referred to me as Bishop Curry.
Yeah.
So it's in my head.
Yeah.
You know what
Okay.
I mean? So I can't break it.
Well, he's my friend first, so that's why I call him Scott.
I always bounce back and forth between, like, I'll refer to Jason as Jason sometimes, and it's Lamont, and then whoever that third person I'm talking to, it's like, how many people are involved in this?
Right. Yeah.
It's just,
yeah. But
so
anyway, it just occurred to me that you keep calling him that, and I'm just like...
Yeah. That's how he was introduced to me. That's how he came up. I think the only person that maybe didn't is his wife, Valerie. I think she's the only one that
called him Scott.
Bishop, that'd be kind of weird,
that
right?
Would be weird.
Right, yeah.
That would be weird. But yeah.
So y'all are pretty good friends with Valerie and Scott.
Well, we've known them a long time. You know what I mean? I see them every week. You know what I mean?
How are they doing with all this? Because I know they were. I think from what Shanna told me, they were fairly good friends. They would go over to their house.
Well, they live really close.
Yeah.
They're only like half a mile apart, maybe.
How are they dealing with all the news of the arrest last week, and are they getting any kind of,
I don't think you know what I mean? Like, from a church perspective, they're not. I don't think they're getting anything. It was just more of a blow. Like, we just wanted it to be some random person that had nothing to do with nothing. You know what I mean? Because you knew the second that it got put out that it was a tenant, everything goes like this again, and then you have to listen to all the haters, and you know what I mean, that have already decided this from day one, and you know what I mean. So it was just more of a letdown. Not that if he's actually the guy, then great, you know what I mean. But the fact that there's any connection, you know what I mean, like that was just kind of like a gut punch.
Made it tough.
Right. I mean, and not that my opinion of anything changes, but just I'm sad for her and the kids that this is going to continue.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, optics are a big thing, and whether or not, whatever, when it all shakes out, whatever it is, it's still, I think optics are tough to get away from. And I know, like, specifically Valerie and Scott, being the head of that church and friends with Shanna, I was curious if it was causing any kind of that connection, whatever it is, was causing any kind of,
No, I think it would be different. It would be different if we were out where they are. I think there's a lot more, there's a lot more chitter chatter out there.
About where? I'm sorry.
Out where Kirsten and
in that
Jared,
church?
in that
okay.
building.
I got you.
In that building, there would be a lot more chatter than here, because this ward here, like 90%, maybe 95%, don't even know who he is.
Don't know who Jared is?
They would only know that he's Gaylord's son, but they don't know him. You know what I mean? Like, there's only a handful of people who have been here long enough to even know him.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So, I mean, so that's why it's quiet here, because nobody knows him.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, they know the story. This is a small community.
So I'm not saying they don't know the story, but I'm saying, like, and I'm sure they've heard that he used to be here, but like they don't know him.
Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, that's probably for the best anyway, is kind of insulate people from a lot of the drama that's happened within the church. You
can always seek it out. I choose not to. You know what I mean? Like, every once in a while I'll look at something here or there, but like, it just pisses me off, so I stay away from it.
Well, it definitely can't be easy to see your friend associated with all this,
No, not at all. Because, I mean, I know her. And I know that, you know what I mean? Like, like I said, those two little kids are her number one priority.
Yeah.
And always have been.
Yeah.
She would lose in court. She would not go for something that her attorney wanted her to get if she didn't think that it would be of benefit to the kids.
Yeah.
Even if it would benefit her. If it wasn't good for the kids, or if it was something that the kids didn't want, she would just drop it. She would never pursue anything that she thought wasn't in the best interest of the kids.
Well, I mean, I get that. I can tell you right now, my kids are the most important thing to me in the world.
Yeah.
So understand
and like what she's dealt with the kids since the murder, she wouldn't wish that on anybody.
It's tough.
You know what I mean? Like this has not been, oh yay, I've got the kids, sunshine and roses. It's just us three against the world. No.
Yeah.
This has been horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, in situations like this, I feel like it's not good for anybody involved. You know what I mean?
No.
Everybody's getting some angle of grief or negative attention, and unfortunately, it seems like the kids get impacted the most. On both sides. So
they are the collateral damage in most things.
How are they doing? Just as a side note,
they're doing okay. They're doing okay. I told him they have their moments, but they're in counseling, and you know what I mean. They're doing. She's doing all the right things for them.
Good.
So,
Cannot be easy.
No, not at all.
Just like you said something like the typical, Shanna and Jared was expecting an argument about the baptism and everything like that, and you wouldn't wait for more, get baptized later. What's the typical age for a baptism?
Typical age is 8. Both parents have to agree. He never even asked. Like,
really?
At 8, the topic, because we were waiting, never came up. And then, but in typical Jared fashion, everything with him is manipulation. And so her little Sunday school teacher, it's called primary, her little primary teacher was like, this is what telling Shanna, telling me, do you know you're the only one in class that's not baptized? She was 10.
Really?
And so Shanna assumed that, and this is, like I said, it's just our assumption, put pressure on the kid from the teacher, not the dad, and then we can ignite this thing and then see if, we can get mom to agree or whatever. So, but yeah, for 2 years he said nothing, which was odd to me.
Well, I was about to say, that sounds strange to me because from some of the ways that you've described him and some other people described him, it seems like he'd have no bones about creating that drama.
Like, we just kept waiting. Like, the kid was like, why hasn't this come next? Like, what is the deal here? Why isn't he pushing this? Why isn't he asking? Why isn't he telling than asking? But yeah, that was a big stumper. Like, why, when they turned 8, that wasn't a thing.
When was she set to be baptized?
There was no set. They were originally talking about doing it in the summer.
Okay.
Of last year.
Okay.
They were going to do it in the summer of last year, and of course it wasn't going to be local. He was going to have them do it at Adam's wife Carly, at her parents' property in Pennsylvania, I think, because several, like, I think all of Carly and Adam's kids may have gotten baptized there or something. Like, it had some significance to their family, but
I thought they lived in Utah.
They do, but her parents live in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So they were so apparently it was gonna be there, and something about doing it on her birthday, and Shanna was like, well, if you're gonna do it in Pennsylvania, the water's still gonna be it was gonna be outside. She was like, it's gonna be pretty cold. You know what I mean? You might need to wait till the summer. And then she was like, yeah, well, my dad said that you can't come.
I bet that was
how would that go over? Yeah.
She's like, do you want me there? Well, yeah. And she's like, well, I mean, we can talk to your dad, and I can stand in the back and then leave straight away. I don't have to stay for the little luncheon or party or whatever afterwards. And but they never got that far. It was just, this was, you know what I mean? Like, he never told her what they were thinking ever.
I think that's the first time we heard about the baptism and all being in Pennsylvania.
Well, and maybe it wasn't going to be. It wouldn't shock me that he didn't want it here, because he never wanted Shanna. Yeah. They like a little talk in primary, and like he lost his mind because Shanna and Mario showed up to church to hear the talk. Like,
what did he do?
He just, that jaw, you know what I mean? Like, well, but I can't explain it to you. He could not be in the same room as Shanna comfortably. When there was teacher conferences, they had to be separate, 2 different times. Doctor's appointments, one was there, the other was on FaceTime. If he was on FaceTime, it was audio only, because he didn't want Shanna to be able to see inside his house or his children.
That's weird.
First time she ever saw his kids was when they went over to the house, like the week he was killed.
Yeah, brought the cookies.
Brought the treats or whatever. Yeah, it was just weird.
Was there, and we may have asked this first time, but since you brought it up, it kind of spurred in my head. Was there, other than him being angry, did you hear of any other issues or anything about that day when she read that primary and Abby read? Was there any other issues between the two of them that day?
Oh no, there was no communication. Okay. He wasn't able to hide his anger well. And I think he told the kids that he was angry that she was there. Yeah. Like that's my space, and you just invaded my space, kind of a thing,
So they didn't know they were going to be there. They just showed up.
I don't remember if she told him or not.
It was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
I feel bad sometimes because I'm asking people about things that, it's been over a year, it's just like, yeah. I know that was a really long time ago.
Yeah. I don't know. She may or may not have. Okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not important. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Is she still on track to get baptized this summer?
She said she wanted to wait.
Okay.
And I know that she goes to, when Grandma and Grandpa are in town, she goes to church with them. the church is just right up the street from where Shanna lives, and Shanna's like, if you want to go, I'll take you. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like Shanna, like I said, she is 100% supportive of anything good for the kids, and I don't know if they've ever gone without Grandma and Grandpa there. If they have, I don't remember her telling me that, and I feel like she would have. Yeah. But with the gymnastics, some of that stuff is like weekends, and so church is out of the equation when you're at a gymnastics meet or, you know what I mean, whatever.
Sports make things hectic.
Yeah. And so, but I do know, like we were on FaceTime once since they moved, and I think she asked me some church question. I can't remember what it was, and I think she said she wanted to wait. We were talking about it, and she said she was going to wait because she wanted to learn some more stuff
about the church. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a very mature statement.
Well, that's always been Shanna's thing with the baptism is, if you get baptized, that means whether you're at Dad's house or my house, we're going to church. Mm-hmm. Like, you made this commitment, and we're going to do that. And she was like, but you don't like to go to church. And Shanna was like, but I like to do things that are for you. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, she could always sit with me. You know what I mean? Like, when they would come, they came every week, and you know what I mean? We all sat together. And
who came every week? Shanna and Mario?
Shanna? No, not Mario.
You beat me to the question.
No. Mario made it very clear.
I'm pretty sure that one's not.
I think he's an atheist. I'm pretty sure he's an atheist. Yeah. He doesn't, because he told her, he was like, if you keep Kim around, and you keep, he's like, pretty soon she's going to pull you back and just know I'm not going to church. You know what I mean? He like, and she was like, he told her he wouldn't go to church. Well, he said he'd go into things for the kids. You know what I mean? Yeah. He would go to events, but I'm not going to be a weekly church goer.
He told her that you were going to drag her back into church? Mm-hmm. Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of a weird statement, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's because she talks to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I was the BFF. You know what I mean? And he was like, he didn't think missionaries could knock on the door and get her to go, but he thought if I asked her to go, Shanna had a hard time saying no to me. And I think that was his fears, that if I needed something, she would drop anything for me.
Was he against it? Or was he just like, I don't want to be involved in it?
He's like, you do whatever you want to do, but just so we're clear, I'm not going to church. Yeah. Unless it was an event for the kids, and then he would be there. Yeah. And he was. I mean, if they had a thing, he would go. Yeah. You know what I mean? Huh. I mean, I would say things like, walls didn't even fall down. You're in here. So.
How do you take the joke?
Oh, he can take them. He can give and take pretty good. when you're like him and shock value is your favorite thing, you can take it.
You can dish and take.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see. I don't want to be repetitive. I don't know what I missed,
Yeah, I gotcha. I don't have too much more, just maybe one more question. I don't want to take your whole day from you. I know you got things to do. But it is interesting getting a very different perspective on everything, because I feel like you're probably the best source of perspective that we've been able to get. With everything that we've talked about, I know we talked about Mario and Shanna and Mario's tenant Henry and Jared. Do you think that it's possible that Mario had tenants do this? Is it even a possibility?
I don't see what the benefit would be. Mm-hmm. And Mario's a very selfish person. Mm-hmm. Mario doesn't do much that doesn't benefit him.
I gotcha.
I just don't see where the benefit would be. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's from everything with Mario has a benefit. So why did he marry Shanna? Was it the financial? He never told me that, but that was a benefit. Do you know what I mean? Like, right. I don't. He just seems like that. Like he's. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't see the benefit, and I've spun out about it. You know what I mean? Like I've thought it through in my head, and I'm like, what does he gain? Mm-hmm. What does he gain by doing this? Because all it has done is blown up Shanna's life. Right. You know what I mean? Like, she would much rather be squabbling between emails than what she's dealing with. There's no benefit to this. Yeah.
I agree, and I have run it through my head as well. what have you come up with other than that? Like, I know you said you were running it through your head.
Well, I mean, I just try to think of things, you know what I mean? Like I told you, like I just try to look at all the pieces that are out there, and I don't listen to her noise because she unnerves me. And she, you know, this whole thing with her has just been, Shanna did it, you know what I mean? She's been saying that since what, a month after? It's all been, you know what I mean? How the acrimonious and this and that. You only know what he told you. Do you know what I mean? Like, anyway, I can't figure out the Henry guy. That one, like, that was not what I was expecting. Well, I mean, when I saw him, like, yeah, I mean, you kind of look like a criminal, but like, he just didn't look smart enough to pull this off to me. You know what I mean? If this was not some rando, which it appears that it wasn't random to some degree with you know the pieces that are out there, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. In my head, I don't know what I expected it to be, but I didn't expect it to be that.
Yeah.
It was just interesting. You said it doesn't appear to be random, and then we have these logical connections that are being made. So just, what is your heart telling you?
I don't know. I mean, in my logical mind, I think if Mario did this, you'd have called one of your military sniper buddies, and it'd have been quick, easy, and nobody would have known the difference. And he thinks militaristically. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, this guy that I saw, like, that's just, you know what I mean? Like, to me, it's almost like a really bad optic coincidence, because I just don't see.
What is your heart telling you?
What is my heart telling you? My heart's telling me that I know that with the news and the media and everything that, you know, it looks like, you know, there's got to be a connection because Mario's tenant, but at the same time, I don't see what it benefited him. And even from what I know, like, of him as a person, which is not near what I know of Shanna, you know what I mean? He was always just like in the background, like, we were acquaintances. Shanna and I were best friends. I just feel like if he was responsible for this, he would have chosen differently. That guy did not exude a lot of confidence in me that this was Mario's plan. Not to mention the fact I still can't come up with the benefit. How does this benefit Mario? For me, that's where my head goes. Is
we still don't understand the benefit of marrying Shanna. You know.
I mean, I do think he liked her. And I do think he even grew. I mean, I think he loved her. I mean, I heard him say, you know, love you, babe. You know what I mean? That was, you know what I mean? But, like, he just, I don't know. There's some guys you think, oh, you know, you'd be a great husband. You're the marrying kind. And then there's other ones you think, you'd be better single. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to follow the rules. You'd be better single. You know what I mean? And when you got a wandering zipper, to me, you should be better single.
I think that's the best way I've ever heard that.
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Hold on. Give me one moment.
Wandering
First. All right. Now, do you mind if I quote you on that one later on down the road when I make that joke at a bar or something? You know, like.
Feel free.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, I think that was the thing. My biggest question was, you know, he just. I feel like for him, you know what I mean? Like, because if he didn't have a military background, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, you always think, everyone's seen American Sniper. You know what I mean? It's like, surely you got that friend that's a sniper. You know what I mean? Right? I don't know. I've never been in the military. I got a brother who was, you know? But I just think if you were in the military, like, there's way better ways, you know?
Well, I mean, I think
not to make myself sound like a criminal, because I really
that's assuming that there's a lot of criminals in the military, which...
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying sometimes
you're also asking a sniper who, yes, they have the ability...
Well, yeah, but would they?
Skill set.
And would they do that for you? What are you going to do for me if I do that? You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that's my...
Exactly, like you said. Like, there's the give and the take.
Right, and that's my thing. What does that give Mario? You were getting divorced before this. What does him gone? He was going to be gone from your life if you're not in hers. You know what I mean? Like, what's the benefit? You didn't make anything, you know what I mean? Like, this didn't make anything better. This made everything worse.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I can see that. Well, you know, we're still digging into it, so
Yeah.
we're gonna keep digging into it. Do you have any other questions?
Just for clarification, you had mentioned earlier about you don't listen to her noise because it unnerves you. Who's her?
Kirsten.
Kirsten. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Like-
sure if you were talking about Shanna
No, just Kirsten just bothers me. Like, it's just from the day one.
Day one of the murder?
The morning after.
The morning after.
You know, it has been, she told Shanna, whatever you do, don't talk to the media, don't talk to the press, don't say his name in the press. Shanna said, okay.
Yeah.
Shanna was silent. And I feel like she took those next several weeks to create this narrative of all the bad things that he told her about Shanna. I mean, I think she was in his phone at one point. I know she was in his phone at one point as the picture Voldemort.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's how he had Shanna. That's how Jared had Shanna in his phone as Voldemort.
I apologize. I'm gonna need a little reference.
Harry Potter? Come on, bro.
The one thing.
All right, we'll talk later.
Okay.
It's just a scary guy. You know what I mean?
Okay,
He's,
all right.
you know, it's like a monster kind of thing. You know what I mean? That's what her picture was, because the kids would say, "Mom, when we FaceTime you, there's a monster." You know what I mean? And then the girl in between the two of them said it was Voldemort, and that's how he had her picture. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I just feel like, I don't know. My analytical mind says you are trying way too hard to push everything to Shanna and not even let anyone connect dots themselves with actual information that we have. That bothers me.
Fortunately, we don't.
I know.
We don't do our job off of what the media or people say. We take a very, you know, I've dedicated my last year of my life to this case, and you know, we don't listen to outside noise. So we go where the facts are.
Well, I'm grateful for that, because if you were listening to social media, the case had been closed in April.
Right now, I quit with social media years ago. I can't even. It's just it's a waste of my time. But
I'll date myself. I graduated from college before Facebook was a thing. So. Never had one, never will. And once you don't take that first hit of social media, it's pretty easy to stay off of it entirely, you know?
The only reason I had any social media accounts was because I wanted to know who my kids' friends were. Because you can learn a lot of things, because kids are stupid, and I learn more things from your friends than I do from you sometimes. So, you know what I mean? And I'm the cool mom, everyone comes to my house, or you know, back in the day, they'd come to my house, and so... You know.
It's funny you say that, just because, again, don't do social media and everything, but like, we do a carpool for school, and I was picking up these other kids in the neighborhood, and I thought it was going to kind of mess with my one-on-one time with my kid, you know, like I wasn't going to get that me and him talking, but then having that other person in the car,
you learned a lot of things,
would elicit more conversation than the good, fine, all right.
My kid drives me crazy. I'm like, what'd you do today? Nothing. Then my wife will be like, you gotta like, and she'll start, and he'll start, and I'm like, what the hell, man? Like, I just tell me how your damn day was.
I've learned, like, you gotta do the open-ended questions. You can't do the define. You gotta be like, what'd you do at recess today? You know,
that's
it's
what
like,
she does with them, and it gets
what was your favorite part of the day?
What was your least favorite part of the day? I wish I had your life. Right. Oh my God, I would take that in a heartbeat, you know?
Exactly.
So, oh man, let me think here. So, let's see.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I've been helping out a little bit, you know, with the whole homicide investigation. it's like I don't know everything.
I don't think anybody does.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because
somebody's still out there.
Right. Yeah. So I'm just trying to help out when I can. And of course, it doesn't help that I show up late to the interview.
No, you're fine. I showed up early.
I apologize.
I told you, I showed up early.
Yeah,
like, I told him, I was like, I have a 10:30, and I was like, but, I'll come after. And then,
So do you work with a landscaping company also?
Oh, no, I just have labs to be drawn.
Oh, okay.
I was just running to the doctor to get labs, that was all.
Oh, all right. So everything all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Routine.
Routine. I should probably go to the doctor at some point.
Yeah, me too.
I'm always again next month.
Once you go once, that's all you'll do.
Really?
My husband's so pissed. I made him go for the first time in like our marriage. Like, and he was like, because his ankle was hurting. And he's like, well, 10 appointments and a surgery later,
Yeah.
It's constant, you know what I mean? He's like, if you never go, then they don't keep bringing you back in.
Sure. Very true.
So I guess you could kind of do in any interview, regardless, whether I've been in from the beginning or wherever I picked up. Just I always end it with like, tell me your thoughts on where, depending on who the person is, how do you think things are? Where, if you have any other input or anything else you can add, like, go ahead.
I really told you all I got. I mean, I just, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just kind of watching this as it unfolds like the rest of the world, but I try to keep mine to press conferences and things like that, I really don't have any other thoughts other than what I've shared,
Well, hopefully this will all be over soon for the kids, and they can kind of start moving on and
hopefully
get it all straightened out.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm being rude, but you said one of the tenants was a smoker. Which one was that?
I don't know. I just know she said one of them was a smoker, so
okay.
She avoided.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I just okay. No, if you don't know, you don't know. No problem.
And I don't even know if that's current. You know what I mean? Like, he's had that house the whole time they were married. I don't know how much turnover there is in the tenancy. I have no idea.
Right. Okay.
And I learned that probably at the beginning of her marriage. So unless, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, because that was a thing.
Yeah.
That was a thing that, you know what I mean? Like, any friend that he had that smoked was not allowed to come inside the house because she was that allergic.
I get that.
Oh yeah, no, it's disgusting. I can't.
Yeah, but like, she would react to it on your clothes. You didn't have to be smoking. Like, she reacted if it was on your clothes.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I remember that specifically, that somebody there smoked.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that okay. I mean, you don't know. I can't think.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like I'm only helpful to a point.
Well, you're more helpful than anything. Like I was saying earlier, it's difficult finding someone who knows, before, during, after, kind of both sides, and that's difficult.
Well, like I said, you would have had a whole slew of people if there wasn't such transiency and move-ins, move-out. You know what I mean? Like, there used to be the whole building knew who that family was, especially when that family attended. Like, you'd have, you know what I mean? But at this point in time, people come and go, and you know what I mean, who they keep in contact with and who they don't.
Yeah, no, it's tough. It's tough. So, I mean, it's been, and we may, if you don't mind, I may call you in the future just to sit down again and see what, where things are, if you don't mind. Because I think a lot of times, it's nice to kind of keep that grounded perspective, you know what I mean, in terms of like, we get all this information in, right, and then we try and make sense of it, and it's like, okay, well, this person's telling me this about this person's telling me this about this person, where does it make sense and where does it fall in? And sometimes I think it's best to sit down with somebody that knows this person and run those things against that person and see, okay, what are we getting and how do we make sense of it? So
you've known, I mean, I feel like you're in an interesting spot, because I think one thing Lamont said was, you've known Jared for a long time, right?
I think he was like 12 or 13 when his family moved here.
Oh, wow, okay. From?
I think it was the Midwest.
Okay.
Somewhere there. I don't know exactly. Somewhere.
How old was he when he died? I don't know. I should, but I don't.
Was he 30?
He came into the investigation a little late.
Yeah.
33, maybe? Was that what it said? I don't know.
I always make that mistake assuming everybody's the same age as me, and I can't do that anymore.
I think he was 33, I think. Because I think there's 2 years between him and Shanna, and she's 35.
Oh, okay.
I think. Maybe.
So yeah, 20 years.
I need to look. I need to go back and look. It's
think.
been so long since I looked at that stuff.
Pretty sure she's 30. I know she's 35, and I think, well, yeah, because you see it all over the news. 33-year-old father of 4.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
She's 35, so she's older than him.
She's older than him.
That's interesting. Normally see the other way around.
I normally do see the other way around. Yeah.
So you got like 20 years of history with Jared, and
well,
what was he like as a kid? Just, like.
They asked me that the first time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He was an ass.
Okay. Like
he came in about 6 months ago, so he missed our first year.
Yeah. Well, I think John's asked me how was he as a kid, and I said he was an ass. He was the guy that broke all the girls' hearts, and you know what I mean. Like he would date them, and then he was just so mean and just, you know what I mean. Like, like why anyone would date him if you knew someone that dated him before was always baffling to me. Mm-hmm. Like if you heard the story of how this girl's been crying for 3 months for whatever you did to her, and you know what I mean. And then,
I mean, he didn't have a one-ring zipper, did he?
I have no idea.
Gotcha. I'm sorry, I just wanted to use your phrase.
Yeah, no, but I mean, you don't know people sometimes. I would doubt it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Was
he just rude or?
He's very controlling.
Okay.
He's a narcissist.
All right.
Which is so funny to me because that's what they've painted Shanna in the news to be, as a narcissist, and it makes me laugh. I'm like, no, she marries narcissists. she isn't one. She marries them. Yeah. Successfully.
She attracts them.
You say that, so you would describe Mario as a narcissist as well?
Yeah, in a different way.
Yeah, no, I gotcha.
He's in a different way.
Like which way?
Like some narcissists, I don't know, like for Jared. So we walked in the door one time, me and Shanna, into her house, and there's a box of hair dye sitting on the counter. Just sitting there. And I'm like, did you forget to do something? And she's like, I didn't get that. And then when I left, well, I just put that there because I thought you'd look so much better if your hair was that color. Do you know what I mean? When they were splitting, his things were more like,
excuse me.
When they were splitting up, it was, she would call me on a Sunday and make sure I was going because she was going to sit with me, especially because they were just trading off, even under the same roof with the kids every couple days. Yeah. And she would say, "Are you going to be there?" Yes. And she'd just put me on mute, and she'd turn the phone over.
Yeah.
Or I put me on mute.
Right.
She'd turn the phone upside down, and he'd come in. What are you doing? Getting ready for church. My church? No one wants you there. They all think you're a whore. You know what I mean? Things like that's the Jared I know. This one that the news is talking about, everybody loved him. He's handyman naggery in the neighborhood. He couldn't do crap. He couldn't fix anything when he's married to her. Nothing. Yeah. Now he's building garden boxes and doing all the things. Maybe he watches YouTube. I don't know. Right. I'm just saying. What I see and what I knew,
right? Not
same. Although I do believe he had to have some form of an evolution between Shanna and then Emily, and then you lost 2 in a row, and then the new wife. Something had to change, and his image was very, very important to him.
Gotcha.
Whereas Mario, I don't really think he cares about his image. Because if you did, you wouldn't post half the stupid crap he used to post. You know what I mean? You're going to post some anti-God thing on Easter. What the hell's wrong with you? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I don't think he cares what you think. Mm-hmm. But he just, I don't know. He's just different. I feel like he's, I know he's a narcissist.
He's different being Mario.
Mario's different. Mario was different than Jared. I don't think Jared cheated on Shanna. I know Shanna didn't cheat on Jared. You know what I mean? All the nights he accused her of being gone, she was on my couch. So, you know what I mean? So those are the things that I wish that the public could see the other side. But she doesn't want the kids to grow up and read things.
So what was it's interesting, this probably has no real bearing or anything, but I know there was the one news company went and interviewed her trainer what was the deal with that? What was the backstory of all that? And
that was not her trainer, for starters, which is so comical because, the same news company said that her trainer was Mario. She didn't even meet Mario until years after she divorced Jared, and they alluded, you know what I mean? It was like, oh, Mario was her trainer at Crawford. No, it's all stupid. It's all stupid. Like, nothing that he said married up with what actually was, because she ended up dating the guy after they were divorced.
That guy?
Not the guy that was talking.
Who was that guy? Did she ever even know him?
Anonymity. The guy that she was her trainer, he was two-time, and he was, he was the flirt at the Y, and he had a girlfriend out of town, and he was telling her that Shanna was a stalker, and really, he's telling her all the things, you need to leave that guy or whatever, you know what I mean? So I don't believe that whoever they talked to, which their name never came out, it wasn't the trainer. It wasn't.
So you think that guy was just trying to create?
He saw the reward, is what I think. You asked me what my thoughts are. That's what I thought. He saw the reward and thought, oh, well, I'll say, you know what I mean? And I can't tell you that she didn't know other people that went out. You know what I mean? They would go out, she would socialize or whatever, but my analytical mind says, okay, by your own admission, we were out drinking, 8 years ago, and I remember her saying, I wish someone could shut him up. Okay. In the heat of everyone's separate, you know what I mean? I mean, my sister's going through an awful divorce now too, and she's like, my life will never be peace till he's dead. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean she's going to put a hit out on him. You know what I mean? I think every angry, bitter divorce, you say things that are not necessarily you mean. And if this would have happened 8 years ago, I might have had more thoughts, but you know what I mean? Like, you're halfway through your sentence of, you know what I mean, sharing. Why now? Things were even right now. Things were even keeled between the two of them. So doesn't make sense.
Gotcha. There was a question I wanted to ask, something you said, and I'm just trying to replay it in my head. Mario's a different type of narcissist. Jared was. Did you warn Shanna about Jared's attitude with the women he dated, or?
I didn't know Shanna until after she married him. She married him. He left, went to Utah.
Gotcha.
They only dated through text.
Oh, really?
She visited Florida one time. I did not get introduced to her, and then he went out there, and then a couple weeks later they got married. It was another. It was like history repeated itself. That was my thing. It was like, you didn't know him either, and look, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like what is your deal with not knowing men before you marry them? But it was a quick one. I guess on paper they were back and forth with text, but physical contact dating, I don't know, 2 weeks. But she was set up by Carly.
Is it normal? Is that a normal
in the church?
Yeah.
What's normal our courtship thing? If you could say there was a normal or average.
Because I've heard multiple things, so I think
it really depends on your parents. Ain't no kid of mine would be marrying somebody after 2 months because I'd lose my crap on you. You know what I mean? If I'm paying for this wedding, we're going to know somebody. All of us are going to know somebody.
Completely get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, a lot of kids, they'll go out to BYU and, you get out there in January and, by April, you're going to, that's usually the joke.
Yeah.
Are they going to hold out? Are they going to be engaged by the end of the semester? You know what I mean? It's not uncommon. But one of the things that I will say is in the church, and I don't know if it works this way in all churches, but in the LDS church, Mormons are known for being honest, and trusting. And they say more Mormons are in the CIA than any other religion of people, because they're known for their honesty and this and that and the other. And so I think a lot of times girls, and maybe even guys, think that if you've got the resume of you're a member of the church and you checked all the boxes, then this will be great. We have the same core value, belief system, whatever. And I do believe that it is easier when it's like a Catholic, and I got a friend that's Catholic and a Jew. They're married, they make it work, but it'd be a lot easier if they were both the same.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Because your kids, what are you? Are you mom or your dad?
Combination.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're encouraged to marry within the church because it does make things easier, especially for the kids. You know what I mean? You don't have to go to mass in one day, and you know what I mean? Yeah. And so I would say it's not unusual. But the more time that passes, people are seeing that marriages are breaking apart left, right, and center, no matter what your faith is.
Right.
And even in the church, they used to hold this standard where if you're married in the church, you know what I mean. Like we had this statistic that that families stay together longer. That's not true anymore.
Right.
And I think as this generation is,
these more just a sign of the times, really.
Right. And these kids are much more wise. You know what I mean? Like too many people ask too many questions now. Which is not a bad thing. That's a good thing for me. You know what I mean? Like if you're not asking questions, you're not stretching, you're not growing. You're don't just believe something. Go find the answer. You know what I mean? Like don't just believe what someone tells you.
Yeah.
I think if we haven't learned that in the past few years, you know what I mean? Just don't take something at face value because your governor said it or the president said it or whatever. Like you need to do your homework a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think that's what's happened. I think this generation isn't just satisfied with. Well, this is how mom did it, and grandma did it, and great grandma did it. You know what I mean? And so today, I don't think that is as prevalent as it was, 15 years ago, 14 years ago when Shanna got married the first time.
Yeah, I can say because we're not that far removed. Like it's just funny how quickly things have changed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So. I
think that's it.
Yeah.
Is there anything, you got any questions or anything like that? I like to ask people that.
Can I ask you what your thoughts are?
Nice try.
You asked.
Yeah.
I was honest.
My thoughts are that I will stay open-minded and we'll look at everything that comes in.
All right.
But other than that question, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Okay. Did I give you a card the last time we spoke?
Probably.
Oh, if I didn't, here's another card. You can call me anytime or email me anytime.
Okay.
That phone number goes to all of my devices, so I'm pretty easy to get a hold of. Something comes up, something pops in your mind, or I know it sounds like you're a lot like me and running things through your head. So if something pops in there that maybe makes sense to some questions that we were asking in here today, just feel free to give us a call.
Yeah.
And other than that, I think I'm good.
Yeah. No, I just
hope I didn't take too much of your time. I know.
No, it's okay.
I think yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, I know. I'm racking my brain. I don't want to keep you here any longer than you've already been really gracious to me with us. I guess I'm good. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I do think of something else? Again, because when you're late to the party, whether today or through the whole thing, it's just sometimes you need a fresh set of eyes, and that's kind of why I'm here. And I'll try not to be overly repetitive, but if I would like to ask you some questions later on, would you mind if I did that?
No, like just call me?
Yeah, just call you or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, unless you just really enjoy hanging out in this room with that alligator. Yeah.
This is our he's our buddy.
Is he?
Yeah, he's been here.
He don't
through
help
it all,
much. He
man.
doesn't. He's not very talkative.
Yeah, he's heard a lot of things.
I bet he has.
A lot
If he
of
could talk.
Right.
Hours and hours and hours of communication. But he doesn't complain, so.
Probably doesn't eat much.
No, he, a little bit of greens every now and then.
That's good. That's good.
All right, well, I will walk you out.
All right. Well, it's nice to meet you.
You also. Take care, and again, thank you. And apologize for being late.
Again, I was early. Y'all have a good weekend.
Take care. Tried to hold out for 10 more minutes. I tried to. My hand was killing me though.
Ms. Jeffries, thank you for getting in contact. All right, can we handle some preliminary matters?
Yes, Ron.
Okay, are you okay with going forward without your client?
Yes, we'll waive Ms. Gardner's appearance for this.
I believe the state has given the court an evidence list. It has 22 exhibits on it.
It has 20 here.
20. Okay.
And I've spoken with defense counsel Christina Stifler.
Use the microphone.
Yes, ma'am. Christina Stifler and Alan Mizrahi on behalf of the state.
Thanks.
I have given defense counsel copies of the evidence list. I believe that they are stipulating to the admission of all except two of the exhibits. Exhibit J which the state is by agreement not going to use for this purposes of this hearing. So that will reflect on the evidence list is not entered. I'm sorry, that's Exhibit L.
L not entered.
Yes, ma'am. They're also objecting to Exhibit J, and the state intends to introduce this during the hearing.
Do you want to just skip that number, or do you want to renumber?
Whatever's easiest for the clerk.
Ms. Smith?
They haven't been numbered. So.
They haven't been numbered.
Everybody join me in session. If I show a circle, one device a turn off. If you don't turn on police session. Everybody join me in session. If I show a circle, one device a turn off. If you don't turn on police session.
All right. Thank you. The jury actually, they sent a note out that says, we have reached a verdict. I'm on 6. Mr. Hathaway?
Yes, Your Honor.
This will be filed as Court Exhibit 6. If the lawyers would please place their appearances on the record.
Christina Stifler, Alan Mizrahi, Steve Siegel on behalf of the state.
James Hill, Jesse Dreiser, Ginny Nepstead, and Shannon Day on behalf of Mario Fernandez to my immediate left.
All right, thank you very much. Now, the jurors, I intend to poll them. Do you all agree?
Agreed.
They will be polled by number, Mr. Hathaway?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything we need to take up?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring in the jury. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Juror 23, are you the foreperson? Yes. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? Yes. All right, thank you. If you could please hand the paperwork to the bailiff. Thank you. The court is going to hand over the documents to the clerk, Mr. Hathaway. If you please publish the verdicts.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense, please rise and hearken to the jury's verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 4th Judicial Circuit in and for Duval County, Florida, case number 16, 2023, CF 2862A, Division CRB, State of Florida versus Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. So say we all, done at Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida, signed foreperson, dated 8/26/26. Verdict is to count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of solicitation to commit a capital felony as charged in the indictment. So say we all, done at Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida, signed foreperson, dated 8/26/26.
Thank you for publishing. The defense may be seated. Please poll the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 4, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 9, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 23, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Juror number 29, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 37, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 39, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 40, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 50, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Juror number 51, are these your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Juror number 62, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 63, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 68, are these your true and correct verdicts?
All right, thank you, Mr. Hathaway. Members of the jury, it's not lost in this court, nor the parties, that you all have worked hard, labored, and sacrificed a great deal in order to serve your community in this way. However, I do have one final instruction to give you. I want to thank you for your time and your consideration of this case. And I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases, and we've recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you're also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. And it will be up to you to decide whether you preserve your privacy as a juror. Members of the jury, I'm going to let you know that prior to your service as a juror, this court entered an order to protect your privacy, meaning, as you know, you've only been referred to by number throughout these entire proceedings, and that protection will remain with you for 60 days post-verdict, post-trial proceedings. So I did let the alternate jurors know that, and so I'm letting you know that. And so this instruction is also meant to tell you, and I'll just tell you in just common terms, it lifts all the prior restrictions that I put on you, those communication rules that you've been abiding by from the very beginning of this case. Those are all now lifted, okay? So you can choose to do exactly what this instruction says. Preserve your privacy, but it's going to be left up to you whether you want to talk about your service or not. But regardless, let me say on both sides of the aisle, in this court, and the staff, and the clerk's office, and the court reporter, and everyone that you've interacted with, we thank you sincerely. We can't say it enough. Thank you for your time, your sacrifice, and your service. And with this court's sincere thanks, you're now excused from your service. Great, thank you. Please let the record reflect the jury's left the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. All right. Mr. Fernandez, having been found guilty by a jury of his peers as to murder in the first degree and also solicitation to commit a capital felony, he is entitled to a pre-sentence investigation report. I would order that. Is that the request?
He is entitled, yeah.
Right, I'm asking. He can waive it if he wants. All right. I can pass this matter over for sentencing purposes to schedule October 5th. It's just for scheduling. It wouldn't have to occur that week. This case is passed to October 5th, and that's at 9 a.m. for sentencing to be set in courtroom 308. Thank you all very much. Court's adjourned.
impacts her trial?
That's a good.
Thank you all very much. Court's adjourned.
And you saw right there Mario Fernandez Saldana learning that October 5th they're going to schedule the hearing for him to be sentenced at a later date. Ken, initially the death penalty was on the table. That is off the table. The maximum sentence he could face is first-degree murder. But I want to get your reaction. The jury was able to consider lesser charges of second-degree murder or manslaughter. They gave him the stiffest guilt possible in this case. What's your reaction?
Well, that tells excuse me. That tells me that the prosecution made their case, and it was convincing enough to the jury that this person was guilty of all of the things that he was charged with, and they chose, as you just said, they chose the highest degree that they could give him. Now, the fact that the jury came back so fast lets me know that they were very attentive. They paid close attention to everything that was going on. They took copious notes. They did all their due diligence, and then they were given instructions by the judge this morning as to how to deliberate and look over evidence and all of the things that's been presented, and then make their decision from that point on. They all obviously came into agreement on the first vote. You know, when they would go around the table and ask, well, how do you vote, guilty or not guilty? So 4 hours for a case like this, that's pretty quick.
I mean, we heard 7 days of testimony, and I was in the courtroom watching the jurors closely. They did have their notepads out. They were taking a lot, and they asked a couple of questions today that give us a little bit of insight. And one of those questions was regarding Shanna Gardner's trust and how she would be able to be the trustee of her own trust if she was not entangled in any legal things with Jared Bridegan. Shanna Gardner is set to go on trial next month for Jared Bridegan, her ex-husband's murder. This was the first of 3 trials, 3 defendants in this. So now that he's been found guilty, how do you think that impacts her trial?
That's a good question, and so you got to look at the totality of circumstances and the totality of everybody involved. Right. It's going to be held here in Duval County. I believe that a lot of people was following this trial, so it's going to be a challenge to get an impartial jury, in my opinion. It can be done, because there's going to be some people that's not interested in watching this and keeping up with it. So you've got to have an impartial jury, not once, but 2 times again for her trial. So this verdict may, if she is guilty in any kind of way, she's presumed innocent until proven guilty. If she's guilty in any kind of way, it may convince her to try to get a deal, some type of plea deal, as opposed to going through a trial and being convicted. Then you can throw the dice and take your chance in a trial to see exactly where that would land. But the fact that he was convicted in the highest degree in such a short order after closing arguments says something to her and the other suspect.
Very interesting. This jury never heard from Mario Fernandez Saldana on the stand, but they did hear from him in his interview with police. And I don't know if we have that soundbite available, but if you all can pull up the soundbite of Mario. It was 13 days after Jared Bridegan was killed, and he was called in and, yes, not taking the stand. Mario willingly went in to Jacksonville Beach Police, and he talked about Jared Bridegan. He was not a suspect at that time. I want you to listen to what he said to police less than 2 weeks after Jared Bridegan was killed.
If she could have more timeshare on her end, if it was like 60-40 or whatever, if we could bend it just enough, it'd be great, because the kids would be better off.
Right.
You know, and if we could push them into the corner of all the interaction with the kids, we all need to be together.
Yeah.
So they could just suck it. And I don't care if they're suffering because they're uncomfortable.
So that's what he told police. And when I was listening to that, I was surprised that he would be so frank of you heard his words about a man who had just died. I wonder what role that played in the jury's deliberations.
Well, the investigation in and of itself played a large role. The rollout from the police to the prosecution dissects everything, goes over it, follow up with everything that they've investigated and found. And the fact that he initiated the contact, if you will, with the police and said, hey, I don't have anything to do with it. I want to talk to you about it. He basically kind of implicated himself. You know, he wasn't a suspect at the time, but for him to go in and talk and speak the words that he said threw a red flag to the investigators. Like, okay, this guy's coming in on his own.
Right.
He's talking to us, and he's saying certain things. But see, a lot of times they forget Miranda. The Miranda says that anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Right.
And that's what they did.
Yeah.
They went right back to it, and it was used against him.
Yeah, very interesting. Now, the state's case was largely circumstantial. I mean, the defense pointed out there's no DNA linking him to the crime. There is no eyewitness linking him to the crime.
No weapon.
But one of the things that I kept going back to were the 3 checks found in the car, the truck of the man the state and the defense say was the shooter, Henry Tenen, who's also charged in this case. Those 3 check stubs totaling $10,000 that Mario signed, and Henry Tenen was the former tenant of Mario Fernandez, who he evicted. Why was he paying him $10,000? And the defense tried to say, no, he was doing legitimate work. He was doing yard work. He was doing roofing work.
Well, I'll change my profession if I can make $10,000 in a day's time or in a month's time or whatever. But on a serious note, that was key. That was critical.
Yeah.
You're paying that kind of money, and it doesn't make any rhyme or reason. It made no sense, that amount, the amount of money that he was giving to Tenen during that particular time. So it just kept pointing in his direction, even though it's circumstantial.
Right.
Still don't have a weapon.
Right.
Still don't have a witness. You don't have any DNA evidence. They convicted this guy on circumstantial evidence, and I've always said it's not likely a lot of times, but it's not impossible not to convict someone on circumstantial evidence. So all this circumstantial evidence came to fruition today.
Sure did.
It resonated with the jurors.
Yeah, first-degree murder, guilty of that and of solicitation. I want to bring in our legal analyst now, Curtis Fallgetter. You've been watching this trial very closely. This jury heard 7 days of testimony. They had a lot of evidence to consider, and they returned this guilty verdict in less than 4 hours. Your reaction?
A quick jury verdict is typically a government verdict. So that's what happened here, and they sifted through the evidence. And as Ken just pointed out, the judge instructed that direct evidence is no different than circumstantial, just as powerful, and sometimes circumstantial evidence is more powerful than direct. You don't have a gun, so what? They would have thrown it away. So the real killer, I think, for the defense was trying to suggest that there wasn't a motive. He was the only one with a motive. And Tenen had zero motive. Why would he do it? He didn't rob the man. The only reason was a contract killing, and all the dots connected in the mind of the jury, and correctly so.
In the closing statements, the Assistant State Attorney Christina Stifler said that Mario Fernandez is the thread that links Henry Tenen to this crime. And I think that really stuck with the jurors, saying that he was the threat. He was the common, spoke in the wheel was one of the words that she used. Take us through what happens next. We know that a hearing has been scheduled for October 5th to determine when his sentencing hearing is. What is he looking at?
Well, they waived the death penalty, but he's still facing life. So I can't imagine a sentence much different than that. It's premeditated murder. He deserves a life sentence. I would expect that's what he's going to get. There'll be a complex sentencing hearing. They'll do sentencing memorandums. They'll call witnesses, character witnesses, maybe some psychologists. But ultimately, I would reasonably expect that the life sentence would be imposed.
And how do you think, Curtis, I was asking Ken this, is going to impact Shanna Gardner's trial? Shanna Gardner is Mario Fernandez's now estranged wife, who is the ex-wife of Jared Bridegan. Her jury selection is supposed to start on on Monday with her starting her trial the following week. How do you think it's going to impact it?
A couple things could happen. First is a quick verdict. She might rethink the need of having a trial. Maybe it's time to cut her losses and work out something. If she doesn't, then they may want to implement a little different strategy than what we saw in the Fernandez case. For example, he admitted that Tenen was the murderer. Was that the right thing to do? Was that the smart thing? Because that's the key to the case, and it's the same thread you just talked about. If she admits that, she's likely looking at a similar verdict.
Very interesting. Another question that they raised during the trial was that Henry Tenen is believed to be seen on surveillance video walking away from the area where this happened in Jacksonville Beach back on February 16th, 2022, but someone was driving his truck, and no one was able to answer who was driving his truck. Could it have been someone else? We don't know. How do you think that played into all of this?
Well, it's a factor, but the key thing is, again, that thread. You got Tenen. There's no reason in the world he'd be out on that street at that time, at that location, committing a murder. And why would he do that and not steal something from the car, from the person? Only because of him being the thread with the conspiracy to commit the murder, and she clearly has to be a part of it.
Yeah, and for that guilty verdict, the state did not have to prove that Mario was there when the crime happened, only that he was a principal in that. And describe what a principal is.
A principal is when I hire you to go rob a bank. I'm the principal. You may rob the bank, but I'm the one that put you up to it. I got you the ski mask. I got you the gun.
And it was 1:19. I got into the courtroom, and within, I'd say, 19, I got into the courtroom. Verdict came in just under 4 hours. Mario Fernandez this win. This win. All right, so I was trying to go live. I'm so sorry that I got the wrong orientation. All right, let me come over here with the win. All right, so verdict is in. Verdict is in, and hopefully you guys can hear me. I can't see chat at all. Verdict came in just under 4 hours. Mario Fernandez is guilty on murder 1, first degree, I should say, and also conspiracy. So here's the courtroom, or the courthouse, I should say. Beautiful courthouse, as you can see. I had just come back from lunch, and hopefully this is all okay because I can't see chat, so hopefully this is not for naught. So I just got back from lunch, and it was 1:19. I got into the courtroom, and within, I'd say, I don't know, 5 minutes tops, I heard the bell ring, and the bailiff got a note, and I wasn't sure if it was just another question, because there were 2 questions, and but then everybody started filing in. Mario had, I believe, had about 5 or 6 people on his side, and then when Kirsten came in and the whole family came in, then I'm like, okay, this has to be the verdict. But they don't really tell you. They keep it really, really mum, really secretive, which is kind of interesting. Hey guys, all right, I can see chat coming up. Barry, P. Cooper, Tosh, Diane, Darlene, Dreama, how you guys doing? Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. So when the jury came in, the 4 alternates were on the upper row. They obviously weren't there, so it was the 12, and they were very stoic. It was like a pin. You could hear a pin drop. It was so quiet in there. Everybody was very respectful, very quiet. And the jury came in. One juror did wipe his eye, but it didn't seem to me like it was, he was wiping a tear or anything like that. He just kind of did one of these, not a big deal. But they all were very stoic. Nobody really looked at the gallery. Nobody looked at Kirsten. Nobody looked at Mario. Everybody was very, just kind of looking forward, looking down, looking forward. And then Judge Kite came in. I think it was 1:30, 1:31. I believe that's when I had my. That's what my note says. And there weren't a lot of reporters either. There's like nobody around. I mean, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. There's News for Jax is across the street. CBS is over there. But with Sarah Boone, they had all the satellite trucks. They probably had at least 4, 5, 6 media outlets for Sarah Boone. There is like nobody here, which is really, really interesting. Here, let me show you. Right over there is that's CBS 47 over there. So, but that's it. That's it. There's like hardly any press here, which is really interesting. Upstairs there was like maybe four people. So the verdict was read, and Jared's brother put his hand on Kirsten, and I believe that is I think that's her mom, or it's his. I gotta find that out. I gotta find out whose mom that was. Anyway, she was sitting next to Kirsten, so he put his hand on both of them for when both verdicts came in, both readings came in. She was very stoic. She didn't. Nobody. There was no outcry. Nobody gasped. Nobody did anything. Mario's side was pretty calm as well. Before that, okay, here's one reason why you guys have to be really respectful in chat. Shanna's team was there. She had a couple lawyers that were there, and they said that they watch us. And then the media director also said that he watches us, the media director for the state. So if they are watching, big shout out to both of you guys for watching our channel. And chat, this is why we say you have to be respectful, because we have people in the courtroom watching us. So when you guys are making disparaging remarks about a defense attorney or a state prosecutor or anything like that, we are going to delete those comments because people are watching us. So I just want you guys to be aware of that. So don't think that we're singling you out or coming down hard on you. We are being watched. I really appreciate that, and I respect that they're watching us. So I want you guys to really understand that and appreciate and respect them doing their job. And so that's what I have to say about that. So Mario was taken out. He was fingerprinted, and then I left. There was no news conference. There was going to be a news statement, but they don't want to do they didn't want to have a news conference because they didn't want to. Shanna's trial is coming up, so they don't want to do anything that could hinder that or impede that or anything like that. So anyway, so that's pretty much it. Do you guys have any questions? Hey, Lona, how are you? Darlene, good to see you. Iowa Backyard. You never know when all your social media will pop up in a trial. It's true. Carolina, yes, just this channel. Yep. The one lawyer said, "Oh, you're that internet guy," and I said, "YouTube." He's like, "Yeah." So I was like, "Thank you. Appreciate you watching." So I'm not going to name names, but just be aware that Shanna's team was there. Some of them, not all of them, and then the media coordinator for the state. So just, I can't impress upon you enough to be respectful in chat. You may not like what they're doing, you may not like who they represent, but you have to respect them. So we're learning firsthand that people in court watch us. We've heard it before. We've Florida PI Sam has told us before, but now I am literally getting it from people in the courtroom saying that they are watching us. So I just want you guys, I want to impress that upon you guys. Just be respectful. So that's about it. What other questions do you guys have? Diane, the verdict was guilty on both charges. Guilty on both charges. They came back just under 4 hours, like 3 hours. Was it 48 minutes, 50 minutes, something like that? I got here. When did I get here? I think I got here about around 10:30 or so. So jury instructions were over with, and I got here. I missed the first jury question. I caught the second jury question, and then I grabbed a quick bite, and I came back, and literally within 5 minutes, they had a verdict. So this is my first verdict. This is my first verdict. I'm glad I caught it for you guys. If you guys have any questions, I'll stick around for a little bit longer. Pom Pom Mom, you think Shanna will be guilty? It's going to be interesting. I was hoping to ask, how does this verdict affect the strategy of the state? I was not able to ask that question because they did not have a news conference. At least that's what we were told. There may be, I don't know. Yeah. You know what? There's going to be a statement. I think I was told there was going to be a statement, but no actual press conference because they don't want to do anything to affect Shanna's trial. But I'm wondering how their strategy is going to. If their strategy will change, will this impact their strategy? So I don't know. Randall, guilty. Mario Fernandez is guilty, both counts. He was found guilty on both counts, just under 4 hours. All right, Iowa Backyard Cam, gotta get ready to drive, no problem. Hold my gimbal. It's really windy here. You can see it's pretty windy. Let me show you the courtroom again, or the courthouse. It's a beautiful courthouse. Right? It's a beautiful courthouse. $350 million. It's a really beautiful courthouse. How did Mario react when they took him? Pom Pom Mom asks. He was stoic. He was quiet. He was stoic. There was no outbursts. There was nothing. He was pretty stoic and quiet and nothing too spectacular. Elena, did any of the jurors talk to the media? Not as far as I know. They probably won't. I didn't see anybody talking. If they are, it's not out here. It's somewhere else. If they probably go out a different entrance. And if they find us and they want to talk, I'd be more than happy to have them on and interview them. P. Cooper, Henry must be worried now. Yeah, Henry's. I would think Henry. Well, he admitted it, then he went back on it. So He will probably be, I hate to say it, but he'll probably be the easiest one because they have so much evidence on him. They have DNA on him. They have him, the video, even though it's grainy, they have that video. They have his cell phone. They have a lot on Henry. So he would be, like I said, quote unquote, the easiest one. Shanna might be the hardest one, because she doesn't know Henry. Shanna's going to be the most difficult one. I think Henry will be the easiest. Mario was, kind of in between, and then I think Shanna's going to be the most difficult one. Let's see what else. Any other questions? If not, I'm going to, I'm going to head out. I'm going to head home. This is, let me flip this around. So this is the courthouse. I'm so sorry it's horizontal, or I'm sorry, vertical. I wanted to do it the other way, but so this is, beautiful day here in Jacksonville. This is the courthouse. Very, very beautiful. So, all right, what else? P. Cooper, yeah, she has Jose Baez, of course. Yep. Yeah, he's going to bring it. He's definitely going to bring it. So, all right, I don't know if I can see all your questions. I'm sorry, guys. I don't have access to my other phone right now. So, thank you, Barry. No streaming while driving. No, I'm not going to stream while I'm driving. I promise. I will not stream while I'm driving. So, all right, I'm gonna call today. Glad that I was able to be here for you guys. I caught opening statements. I caught a verdict for you guys. I'm really, really happy and excited that I could bring that to you guys. And we will see you. We have a hearing. Let's see. Yeah, we have a hearing tomorrow for Shanna. Her last pretrial hearing before she starts. Her jury selection starts next Monday, and then her trial starts on the 8th. So I'm looking forward to being back here in the courtroom. I expect it to be more heavily viewed. I think there's going to be more people for that because I think it's going to be more media for that. And just in general, I think it'll be more people. So I will definitely be here for opening statements for that. And yeah, all right, you guys. With that, I'm going to sign off, and I will see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back in the office in front of the camera tomorrow. All right, guys. Take care, and I'll leave you with the courthouse.